Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, good morning, Happy Friday. Hopefully it's a wonderful Friday for you. I'm super excited. It's going to be a fun day here. Following the trial today, Alex Murdaugh will have some more 401 or 404B, not the 404 error for those of you techies out there. 404B hearings today, at least for part of the day. Let's see. I think we have a repeat offender in the house. And I missed the initial one, but I found him here later on. 6-volt bus. Congratulations. Thank you for being first in chat today. You are the winner of everything internet related. And I happen to know from firsthand experience, just from the discussions with you offline, that you this is well within your wheelhouse. You have the technical skills necessary to take care of everything IT related, simultaneously with any other responsibilities you may have. So I'm looking forward to a smooth, seamless day of live streaming with you guys as we enjoy this the proceedings today. Fabulous to have you here. I did miss just a couple people after you. It looks like Shells, 6-volt bus, Ritz, horse sheet and bananas. One day I'm going to say it. Denise, Samantha Terry. Let's see. I think you guys were like the first ones in on right off the bat. Christy P comes in and gifts a membership. I have to tell you, last night, about 10 p.m., got a call on the burner phone. And it's one of those numbers that I allow through and I answer every time I can. And it was JB up in Canada. JB called, gave me an update on how things are going. He had a couple slip and fall and things like that, but he's on the mend. He's feeling better. He's excited as ever to be here and chat, and he's getting close. One day, we're going to see him in chat. His son's helping him out with that. He's close. He said, I can at least see the chat, but he did something wrong and he messed it up. But we're going to get him here. He's going to be in chat. He wanted to give a shout out back to you guys. He appreciates all the love you guys reaching out to him, and just feels all that tag. Debbie, I can't remember everyone who's given him a shout out. He named several of you, and I just off the top of my head, I can't remember everybody he said. But JB, hope you're having a wonderful day up there. It is cold up where he is. It's freezing. And he's just happy to be here. We'll have him in chat soon. And if the day he shows up, we really just have to rally around him and make him super glad to be able to be here in chat. That'll be fun to see him. So shout out to you, JB. Wonderful morning. Thank you for calling on the burner phone last night. It was great to talk to you and catch up. Let's see. That being said, we've got a few other people. Let's see. Maureen, Rowdy, Nurglerot, you're getting closer. Soon you will be first. One day you will win the internet. And also another capable person, I might add, who could handle all the duties of internet ownership without breaking a sweat. Denise, Linda Hill, wait for it, is here. KH in South Carolina, good morning to you. Katrina as well. Golden Mom, wait for it. I like that name. We have one Laura. We need another. Katrina, Kayla, good morning to you. Happy Friday. I'm so glad it's Friday. It's going to be a great weekend, although it's a lot of work for me this weekend, doing some projects around the house here. Rowdy is here. Linda Hill, M. Cat. Richard, looks like Katrina gets bragging rights. I think I show it was 6-volt. But I'm not sure. TW is going to be lurking today. That's all right. Appreciate you being here, TW. Hopefully you can get whatever you need done.
Let's go. Thumbs up.
Was that Share Bear? Let me get down to that one. Just 1 second. I got to scroll. There it is. It was Share Bear. Thank you so much for the super chat. I am excited to go. This is going to be good. Let's go there first. Okay. So we've got a couple feeds going. We're getting closer. Nothing really from the courthouse. It's rainy down there in South Carolina. People are lining up. I imagine we're going to have a full courtroom down there again today. I saw a membership come in. Who was that? Who came in? There it is. It's green. Oh, it was Christy P that gifted the membership. Thank you so much. And Last Poet, you got it. That's exciting, Last Poet. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Christy P, for that generous donation. The next on the list here, as far as the roll goes, looks like we've got WV. Ed is here. First one who dresses in human skin to sign into chat today. I win the internet. You're saying all the rest are bots, right? Because they're so quick. No, they're just fast. They're on it. And sometimes, YouTube just notifies people slowly. Sometimes I get a notification for stuff that I follow, an hour into the live stream. They're like, guess who's starting a live stream? I'm like, oh, I want to catch the open. And they've been going for an hour. So I blame YouTube on that one. T-Rocks, good morning to you. Bite Me, good morning. Kai Mom. Let's see. Linda, planning a trip to Florida soon. Trying to get some of that warm weather. It's cold here right now. I was out or about this morning. Actually ran to the store. I won't tell you what I bought. But I did stock up a little bit on some spicy maple bourbon pickles. So I got a few jars of that because the shelf was full, and I said, that's wrong. We need to let them know that these are selling and flying off the shelves so they can stock more of them. So I bought a few of those. Let's see. Rick's going to need lots of this for the morning session. It is a little early. Bella, good morning to you. Samantha Terry, let's see. Rowdy, he says, what? You have a life outside of our addiction? Who said that was okay? No, I know lots of you have tons of things going on, and are able to pop in and out throughout the day. That's why I'm cool with giving updates all throughout the day. If you miss something, jump in and say, hey, I've been gone, let me know, and we'll try to catch you up. Those of us that are here all the time, sometimes we'll fill you in on a few things, but we understand you've got life, and that comes first. Hopefully everything goes well for you, though. Minsky, don't forget to hit the like button. Good morning from, is this a typo? -40 Celsius, Montreal, Canada this morning? Brr. Minsky, hopefully it's warmer wherever JB is, but that is freezing. That is freezing. I mean, well below freezing. -40 Celsius. Holy cow. It's cold here, but not that cold. It'll be 20 tomorrow morning, which it's nice. It's a hard freeze for us here in North Carolina. Norma is here. Chandra as well. Miss Chris. Great to have you here, Miss Chris. Ola. I see you there. Let's see. TW got you. Katrina. Linda. See a lot of back and forth here, making sure I don't miss anybody here. Shells, definitely a pants day. It is a pants day. I don't know about after lunch. It might be not a pants day after lunch, but I am wearing pants because I had to go out and about this morning. First one through the doors at Walmart this morning, so I got to shop for pickles in peace. Let's see. Yeah, my Walmart does close at night. Some of you guys get the 24-hour ones, but I have to buy pickles during business hours only. 6-Volt Bus, you're here, of course, because you're running the internet. Sunshine Sunflowers, good morning to you. Red Pen, here right on time. Punctual, as can be. Ola's here as well. Let's see, if you guys want to raise your hands, I'll get the rest of you in chat here. Kathy, I got you. KX Star, Red Pen. Everyone looks like everyone's taking a seat. Sharon McDonald, Natural Empress, checking in. You're here. I've got you marked down. Thank you. Maria McKee, thank you as well. Toxic Orchid is here. Good morning, my lovelies. Toxic, hope you're feeling better. How's the leg? Are you on the mend? Hopefully you get just all better from here on out. Lee Hetherington is here. Laura as well. I think that's our second Laura. We can start now. Suzanne. Lindsay Len, good morning. KH in South Carolina. It's raining down there, I think, right now, possibly where you are. Katrina is here. Sunshine Sunflowers. Ven, this is a journal entry day. I'm on time on a Friday. Wow. This is, I believe, third time this week, Ven, as I just peruse the roll and see your score and your attendance record. The third time this week you've been on time, which is being on time more than being late. So this is a new trend. I'm super excited for you. Linda Hill is here. TW Christie, gotcha. Happy Friday, Scott from Ola. Thank you, Ola. Happy Friday to you as well. Twisted Branches is here. Bite Me. Why didn't they test the water by the kennels? I'm not happy with the search of the house either. Bite Me. Yeah, I'm happy that they at least looked through the house, but it seems like they were looking for a firearm. Where could they hide a gun type thing? I wish they would have done, some tests of the drains. I really do. I do think that there was some rinsing off that happened down by the kennels, just from how quickly we saw the defense protest and object when they started talking about blood in the water type thing on the down by the kennels. So I think that might be an issue. It might be an issue with his alibi if there's blood in the water there. But we'll see. Looks like Roxanne just gave 5 memberships this morning, kicking the morning off with a bang. I'll get down and see who won those in just a second, as I'm only halfway through chat. Let me finish up roll call here. Let's see. Christy P. and G, always on go, is here. Rhonda, Pete Stone, good to have you. Suzanne, Twisted Branches. Let's see. And Scarlett O'Hara. Carly, Melissa, Samantha Terry. JR is here. Myra, a few of you have called your names a couple times. But let's see. Rowdy's here. Suzanne. Eileen. Good morning, everyone. Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles, good morning to you. Good to have you here with us. Hopefully the animals are weathering the cold weather fine. Myra's here for sure. I see you, Myra. I see you with your hand up waving. Good to have you here this morning, Myra. Hope your day is great. Bella, Jean P., happy Friday to you. Kathy, Bite Me, we've got that. Share Bear, TGIF, let's get this party started. It's coming soon. We're coming soon. No feed from the courtroom yet. What is going on? My screen is lighting up with green as gifts are coming in like crazy. Holly Henderson just gifted 5 addict memberships. And Eileen Tavernia just gifted 5 addict memberships. If you don't have your gifts set to receive gifts on this channel turned right now, you might want to change it, because there's a good chance you have a gift waiting for you to be claimed. All you have to do is change that setting. So if you don't know how to do that, now is the time to ask, get some help from somebody who can walk you through that for your particular device. And there's a good chance, if you're not a member, you will become one here in the next couple minutes, as we see who gets them in just a second. Thank you so much for that. Your generous donations, all of you. Kelly is here. Mary Beth Robinson, TGIF, good morning. Mary Beth, we've got to get your setting changed. I think we're going to have you in green here soon at the rate things are going. Abby in the UK is here, saying hugs to JB for sure. JB's, I can't tell you. I didn't record our conversation because I think he calls and wants to reach the voicemail, but I just want to talk to him, and so I don't get to record his conversation. Hopefully, we'll get that figured out so we can get him on the air again. Let's see. Last poet, Lynn Hoke is here. Good morning, Lynn. Ann Blakely, hi from UK. Hope you all are good. You as well, Ann. Thank you so much. Weather Watch is lurking. Did some travel yesterday, I think, Weather Watch. We still have to hook up and hammer out some details. I'm super excited about that. About a podcast we're going to be doing. Let's see. Ola, Katrina, Miss Chris. Yay, JB. Ola says hi to JB as well. Samantha Terry, shout out to JB. Let's see. T-Rocks, got a dash. Hopefully see you a little later on. We'll be here, T-Rocks. Hopefully your day goes well, whatever you have pressing on your schedule right now. Chandra, everyone's wishing JB, everybody's saying hi to you. I'm not sure if you can see it, but everybody is saying hi to you. Always on Go says, today may be a long day in court if the judge lets those financial crimes in. Well, Always on Go, it is going to be long, but it's not going to be as long as if he lets it in. If he lets it in, which I think he will. He's given indicators that way. If he lets all this stuff in, because this is still the hearing, this is still the 404B hearing, where the judge is ruling on whether or not it can be admitted in court in front of the jury. So the first time we hear it is without the jury present. That's how the day's going to start this morning. And then just before lunch, jury's going to show up just in time for lunch, and we'll go again. If the judge allows it, we have to go through everything that we've heard in the 404B hearing again, and it will probably be in a little more detail. I think it will be done a little more dramatically. The questions will be more charged, I guess you can say. We have the gist of what's going to come out, but I think they're going to try to really focus on a couple of the answers a little more when that happens. Linda gives hugs to JB, Eileen as well. Katrina, JP, let's get this party started. Mississippi Raptors and Reptiles says, I think I'm finally all caught up on this case, and wowzers. It just gets better and better. There's still a ton of stuff we haven't gone into. We haven't gone into the suicide for hire thing. There's some crazy stuff. We haven't heard a lot of evidence about their relationship and whether she might have been looking to end it. Lots of things there. Susan Bond is here, and happy Friday to you. Carol's here. Jiggly, Jules, I see you. Let's see, Laura, Barbara, happy Friday, Barbara. Barbara Williams, Twisted Branches. I think we got you. Somebody just became a member. Who was that? Jessica Legalbo. Jessica, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the gallery. Make sure you take your seat if you haven't already by hitting exclamation point seat in chat once you're a member. Move up to that front row. They will welcome you with open arms and scoot over and make room for you as well. Seven is here. The man. All right. Thank you, Seven. We say howdy here. Howdy to you as well on Friday. I am Ami008. Good morning. I'm Omi. I am Zero Me. I am Ami, I think. I think it's I am Omi. Eagles Pray, good morning to all. Hope it's a great Friday. I think it will be. I was a little nervous this morning. I looked out in the front yard. The kids said, "Hey, Dad, they're working on our poll." I'm like, wait. Don't do anything. We're going live in minutes. I ran out there, and it was the Comcast guys. It's not my guys. So we had a quick chat with them, and we both agree that Optimum was not the optimum internet solution. 1 degree where I am this morning, weather watch. Whew, that's cold. Don't tell anyone you're the weatherman if you're there, because they'll just attack you. Where are we time-wise? We've got a few more minutes. Let me just see if I can catch up on the rest of roll. For those that raise their hand now only, I'm just going to try to fly through this. Oh, my goodness. There's so many people. Okay, Dilly Pickles is here. Good morning. I see you there, Abby in the UK. I missed Laura. I miss me. You miss me. I see you there, Laura. I see you. Jonathan Davenport is late, but that's okay. You're here. Bella, Kathy, O-Town Chill. Hello to Ogden, O-Town. Good to have you here with us. Kelly from Adelaide, Australia. Good to have you as well. It's either YouTube's fault or Weather Watch's fault. That's just how it goes. You're right, Laura. It absolutely is. Good morning, CJ. Good to have you. Anybody I'm missing here? Picky, Illinois Mama. Color Me Abstract. I object with grounds. Thanks to those who bought mugs yesterday. I saw a whole bunch of these the True Crime Addict mugs just fly off the shelf yesterday, the orders that came in, going all over the place. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And you missed the ASMR moment. I was thirsty this morning, so my cup's already full. Let's see. Maggie Carr is here. Bite Me says, I have no life unless you include counting dead mosquitoes. Hey, the work you do tracking mosquitoes is very important for those of us that like to enjoy evening nights without bugs biting us. So thank you for that work. Carol Caudle is here. Agent K. Let's see, Rowdy, Pickles for Peace. I love some of these things you guys come up with. Dilly Pickles, we got you as well. Who did I miss? Michelle, just going through the hands now. Katrina, just seeing if I can get a third call out. You did, Katrina. Weather Watch. I read everything that pops up on the screen, as you guys know. Geo's Girl's here. Myra as well. Thank you, Nana Geek. Good morning. 20, -2 later, wind chill. -20 tonight. Wind chill of -20. Oh, stay warm, please, Nana Geek. That's too cold to be out. Southern Girl's here. Good morning. Tabitha. Let's see. Sharon McDonald as well. Kevin, good morning to you. Let's see who. We've got some gifted memberships that are coming in. Let's see who they were. These went to Rainbow Light, Patty P, Mississippi Raptor and the Reptiles, Army Mom. I think those all came from Roxanne. Let's see if anything else came in. Angie, I see you there. Good morning. Weather Watch. Debbie is not late, by the way. That's great. Good to see your name in green, Mississippi. Tish is here. Good morning, Tish. I think that's most of the. Am I done with the roll call? Did the groundhog see or not see his shadow? I don't know which one it means, but he said he saw like 6 more weeks of like Arctic winter, is I think what he saw. Does that mean he sees his shadow or he doesn't see his shadow? Joan, good morning. What time is court? It's going to start here in about 10 minutes. And it's going to start with some 404B stuff. So just right into the questions. There won't be a lot of getting to know the witness type thing. Minsky is here. Wish it was a typo. We are experiencing extreme cold for 48 hours. We'll go down to -45 Celsius. My heart goes out to the homeless. Minsky, that is deadly cold. Yeah, hopefully there's options that people can go and just go find somewhere to stay warm. Oh my goodness. CJ took my seat near the back. We need to get your settings changed, CJ. We'll get you up to the front. Something just happened. Wait for it. It's slow here.
Tell Mrs. RA to have a cup of coffee.
Who was that? That was TW. I'll get to your chat here in just a second. I'm trying to not miss the hands. Eagles Pray, forgot the hand. I see you there. Susan Blankenship, hello to you. Rihanna Zapata, good morning. Sassy Girl is back. Missed it yesterday. We'll catch you up. It's some good stuff. It's a lot of financial crime information right now. Let's see. Toxic Orchid is here. Good morning, Toxic. Laura. Suzanne. Good stuff. Oh, some more gifted memberships. Montrell. Branana. I am Omni 008. All got memberships from Eileen and Holly. Let's see. Ritz is here. Just hearing all the screen names announced gets me giggling. Yeah, it's not really pronounced correctly. It's mispronounced is what I do every morning. Thanks again to all the generous gift givers. You are incredible. Best group on the internet. Bryce Beatty is here. Good morning. Missed you, Bryce, on the first time around. Minsky, Jojo, Anna Blankley. All got memberships from Eileen and Holly as well. Debbie and JB are here, says Debbie. Yes, JB is here as well. Let's see. Golden Mom, hey JB. Micah, good to have you as well. Branana took your seat right away. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we're almost done with roll. Am I caught up? Samantha Terry, I got you. Sean, I can't pronounce that last name. Was gifted a membership by Holly. Thank you, Holly, and welcome, Sean. Okay, I think I got everybody. Geo's Girl, I see you. Good morning from Alberta, Canada. It's a little cold up there in Canada right now. Jimmy King, good morning as well. All right, Kinal, I see you. Linda Hill, waves to JB as well. Ola's going to hop out to work back in an hour. Make sure nothing happens till I get here. We'll tell the judge just to wait for you, Ola, if that's all right. That's not a problem. I do appreciate those that are hitting the like button. That does help the channel a whole ton, and it's free. I appreciate those that do. I see Music Photography. Happy Friday to you. Let's see. CJ. Jessica is here. Sam, late, but we'll count it because I'm just finishing up roll call. Okay, I think we're caught up. If we're not, I just skipped everybody. I do apologize. If I missed you, raise your hands. I'll try to call you out in chat. But hugs all around. It's Friday. Man, group hug. We made it. We made it through the week, right? Well, one more day and we'll have made it. TW waves to Bella. Jojo, I see you. Sin TG, welcome as well. Cachette, sorry, Cachette. NC Girl for Life. Let's see. I think that's about it. Arkansas, I saw you before there. Victoria S. MM Jones is late. Welcome. Color Me Abstract. Next time you hit the like button, put it in the pickle jar so it gets happy and it spreads its happiness all around to everyone who wants to smile and hug and love. I'm not sure if that's how it works, but it's worth a try. Color Me. Let's see, as far as court goes, we're just having people starting to show up to court right now. These guys are just hanging out, just chilling right now. That's about it. As everyone just wants to get out of the rain. There are some umbrellas visible there. That's the sheriff there just trying to check everyone's passes and let them in. I think these are, that might have been Nancy Grace. I'm just checking. Not sure what that entrance is. Maybe it was for the lawyers. Jen Hoff, I see you there as well. Pete Stone, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. You can join, but you can never leave. Those are the rules. So we will adopt you and call you our own. TA is here. MD 50 as well. Victoria S. I think I got you already. Tell the doc he needs to subscribe to RA. Yeah, and run it on the channels in the hospital. Cindy, good morning to you, Cindy. I will play my own roll call music till RA implements his own. What kind of music do we need for roll call, Cachette? Because it's going to have to be like 2 songs or 3. It's taking forever. Sherry, TA, gotcha. I see you. Samantha as well. Okay. Well, that's this is yesterday's video, so let's go over here. There's even a Murdaugh on that plaque outside. You're serious? There's a Murdaugh on the plaque outside the courtroom? I tell you, the family is ingrained in the culture down there, the Murdaugh family, which is funny because the judge can't figure out how to say the last name for a family that's so famous and well known in the legal field in the area. He called him Murdaugh, and Murdaugh, I think, yesterday, all within about 5 seconds. That was how he opened the day. First-rate camera protector, a trash bag. Hey, when in doubt, sometimes the simplest solution works. I zoomed in Stephen Murdaugh, I believe. So that was his grandfather, because that wasn't his father, I don't think, right? Charlie, it's -12 with wind chills hitting -45 Fahrenheit. Stay warm, Charlie. You too, man. That's scary cold. It really is. That's not something you want to mess around with. Don't take any risks unless you have to. Please have somebody with you anytime you're going out there. Somebody just bought a bunch more mugs. You guys are amazing. Hopefully the mugs arrive quickly so you can get something warm in there and keep you warm in this cold weather. Hell on Wheels intro music. Some days that might be appropriate. Need some sort of report on the logged settings requests so you can just print to the list and read off and not hunt for us. I've got to figure this out, Eric. That would be awesome. How do I ensure my gifted membership continues to be a paid one so it counts as a month? Please help. Myra, the way the gifted membership works, it doesn't matter if it was gifted to you or if you bought it yourself. Either way, it counts, and it counts. And if you stop for any time, that's fine. It still counts as you've had that. So if you bought another month, say like you decided to be a member for a month, or you were gifted one and then you weren't for a couple months, and then you decided to be it again. When you decide again, that would be month 2. And so it continues. You can, I think, if you buy it yourself, I think it like defaults to continue unless you don't want to. But maybe that helps a little bit. We've got a little bit of video from the courtroom here. I'm going to pause this just for a second because I've got to do some syncing. Let's see. All right. Gives us just a few seconds of delay so I can do some matching up on my end with the other feeds. Okay. Jay Hughes, I see you. Good morning. Jojo as well. I just checked Stephen D. Murdaugh. The names appear to be members of the Colton County Council. Okay, so he was a county council member. I tell you, the whole family, everyone knows them. Amber's here. Yes, several portraits of Murdaughs in the courthouse. They had a pretrial hearing to remove the Murdaugh portrait in the room they are currently in for the duration of the trial. It's like, can we get the look-alike of the defendant taken down off the wall for the duration so the jury isn't like, oh, why is this guy on the wall? Yeah. Maggie, can't wait for your mug to come. Hey, they are awesome, Maggie. I think you're going to love it. Is someone else from the Midwest here? I heard mentions of cold temps and my ears perked up. Chime in if you're from the Midwest. Summer in Australia, and we got snow. That's bad, Kelly, if it's summertime snow. I'm trying to see what... Long crime showing a body cam shooting or something unrelated. Kathy, I won't out you. I see what you said there. And thank you very much. 80s retro mix is in the background. Okay. We have to find some music for the roll call session. Mousepad says not in stock, so can't buy. I'll fix that, Ann. I apologize. That's my mistake. I think I could correct that pretty easily, actually. Okay. Let me get the audio working here from the courtroom. It's on. Guess who's going home, says Toxic. Did we break you out? Do we have people breaking you out, or did they actually release you, Toxic? Dang, Midwest represent. We in here. Rhonda's in Indiana. Dallas is here as well. I'm not sure if that means Midwest. Michigan is 6 degrees. A lot of you guys. It's super cold. I'm holding it out for the purple mug. Dang it. My current supplier doesn't have purple as an option, and so I can go with a purple mug, but it's going to change the size and the shape. And I hesitate to put anything for sale unless I bought it myself first and can verify the quality. So let me look. I'll keep looking for a purple mug. We need Benny Hill music for the roll call. Okay. I honestly think this judge will severely limit the testimony of AM's bad business deeds, too prejudicial compared to its value concerning his guilt. Prosecutors will need to do better, in my opinion. That would be a problem for the prosecutors if they don't let this information in because it's so crucial to their motive. What do we think of the Snapchat and his alibi? I don't know. I'll have to compare his alibi to see where specifically, and several of you have been talking to me about timelines over the last couple of days as well. I want to compare his alibi to see what parts of his alibi could not coexist with what we've seen on the video, because that's empirical evidence that we accept based on the timestamps, based on the video, what we hear, what we see. If he says he was somewhere if he was off the property when he was actually being filmed, holding that tree up that was falling over and letting it drop, that's a problem for him. Burning down the house while you do roll call, copyright issue, just a little bit might get me a strike. Yakety yak, yakety sacks. What about a Pickles Not Politics t-shirt or hoodie? Debbie, I've got that pulled up on my screen right now. I'm literally trying to design it. You guys asked for 80% cotton on the hoodie, so I'm finding one. I'm trying to find the one that the price is right and the quality is good and it looks good for me. Okay. Missing guns got buried in his daddy's grave. You think so? Oh my goodness, would that be something? That would be incredible. That's straight out of a movie, if that happens. Let's see. Alex family, Buster, sisters, brothers, etc., are not at the courthouse this morning. They also left during the 404B stuff, and they'll come back. So they only want to be there while the jury's there for some reason. I think he had his shorts and white shirt under the blue shirt and khakis he had on earlier. There's an idea. So he had like a layer he could shed. But wouldn't blood transfer through the white shirt through the blue shirt to the white shirt? Hawks and owls handle the freezing temps just fine. It's me and the snakes that don't handle the cold well. They each have their own heat pad, and I just wear layers. As long as you got a plan, you're good. The clothes were different in Snapchat. They were. He had a blue shirt and khakis on, and he had a white shirt and shorts on when he was picked up, or when the police pulled in. Dueling banjos on roll call. That's a good one. It is. Good morning, Yucky. Good to have you here. Going to be in Tucson next week for a short little vacay. Hope that gets warm over there. What's the temps going to be over there, Red Pen? Are his charges first-degree murder? And if he had hired two guys to use those two guns, is that homicide on his part? Ed, they're charging him with 2 counts of murder and two counts of firearm charges. So they're not charging him as if he'd hired 2 people. They're charging him as if he had pulled the trigger twice, on 2 different guns. So they committed both homicides. But even though South Carolina is a death penalty state, they do have the death penalty. They are not pursuing death penalty in this case. Squirrel. Yes, I did leave the audio on for a little bit. I'll turn it off here in a little while. But Hunch, guns and clothes buried where he was planting the wonky tree. Huh. I don't know. I think they're off property. I definitely say they're off property. Wait till we hear the testimony about what he took to his mom's house with the blue raincoat, the blue tarp, blue raincoat thing.
I'm not a camel.
You guys timed those right on top of each other. Puxatonisville and PA did see his shadow, so 6 more weeks of winter for him. French Creek, Freddie in West Virginia did not, so early spring for West Virginia. Okay, well, I'll take West Virginia's weather, if that's all right. Sunshine Sunflowers. Can I just put in a request for that?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
You guys are using all the commands. Let's see. Everything cools down for a little bit. All right. Court. Getting ready here. I need to split my screen out. Okay. Let's get some music here while I work the magic. Let's do a pump up one, right? How about something like this? Got about 3 minutes now until the judge is due on the bench. So any second now we'll start getting some video from the courtroom that's a little more interesting than the state seal, which is pretty. We'll have to do that. Daryl Brooks was back in court yesterday. Wants to represent himself, apparently. We'll see if that flies with the judge.
For the record, I don't consent to that.
This song's a little repetitive. It's not bad, though. Okay. Trying to find all the right streams. I'm not a cat.
I'm not a camel.
You guys got to get him in now because I'm going to be turning him off once the testimony starts here.
There's a lawsuit.
All right, let's see how far DB gets with the male judge this time around. There are two different videos, different judges, different courtrooms. One seems to pertain to the 2020 shooting of his nephew, and the other is the 2021 rundown murder attempt of Erica. Different judges, different courtrooms. These are both in Milwaukee, though, right? Betfinex for DB. And then some of the appeal stuff is still under Judge Darrow. So he's bouncing around from one court to another. He was in a wheelchair again. I think the last time he was in a wheelchair because he refused to go to court. And the judge drag him in here. So they did. Let's see.
I'm not a cat.
If 6 more weeks of winter brings moisture, we'll take it. Only had 3.2 inches in 180 days. It's a little dance party before court starts. Sounds like I could walk for 500 miles. Some of these songs definitely are sort of like a knockoff of a more popular song. But that's why I can use them for free. I feel like we just started our own sitcom episode. We might have to use one of these songs for the intro to the podcast. Yeah, DB has at least one case under his belt now, so now he's a lot more experienced in court. Should be a lot better to watch and follow. Okay, the bailiff just yelled at everybody, so let's turn down the music here. Good morning, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
I had the audio turned down just for the bailiff. It was a wise choice.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Jan Malinowski.
So no jury right now. Okay, they might actually pan over and show there's no jury at some point. They have a little more freedom when the jury's not in the room. I need a Walmart sound. How about this one? Right here.
In front of the Walmart.
Might be able to use that one.
For roll call, a Google link pinned at the top of the chat to click on as they enter and type their name, and when you are live you click on it and run through it.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a live running doc, so it's real time.
I like that. Let me dig into that and see if that's an option, because as we get bigger, it's going to be harder and harder. And I think if I could just read everyone once, it would be a lot faster. Myra, thank you for the
Jan
super chat.
Malinowski.
I appreciate your generosity.
Mr. Malinowski, how you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. If you would, introduce yourself to the court just a little bit. Obviously, we're not in front of a jury, but just so the court knows who you are, tell us just a very quick history of how you got to your current position.
I'm currently the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, headquartered in Hampton. Started my banking career out of the Citadel, 1977. Went on to graduate school at the university. Upon completion of master's program in Columbia, joined the Wachovia Bank and Trust Company. Went to Zurich, Switzerland. From there, went to Barnett Bank in Miami, Florida.
So he's a Swiss banker.
And subsequently traveled Europe with the old Barnett. Moved to First Union National Bank in Savannah for a brief period of time. And then in February of 1991, joined Palmetto State Bank.
All right.
That's
and currently you serve as the CEO, is that right?
Palmetto
That's
a big bank
And
or
how
a
long
small
have you
bank?
been the CEO?
Since August of last year.
August of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And who was the CEO prior to you?
Russell Lafitte.
And was he terminated not long before you became CEO?
Yes, he was.
Back in June of 2021.
Those are
what
the
was
jury
your role
seats
at-
there.
I was executive
that's
vice
not a juror.
president and responsible for branches in Beaufort. We have 2 branches in Beaufort.
That was a courtroom artist that's
Also a
sitting in
member
the
of
jury
board of
seat.
directors of the Palmetto State Bank?
At that time, yes.
And you mentioned that you were in charge of some branches in Beaufort. Could you explain just a little bit to the court about sort of how it operated then with the branches in Beaufort and the branches perhaps in Hampton or elsewhere, please?
Yes, sir. At the time, we were about a $700 million asset bank. We have 7 branches, operated somewhat decentralized. I was given responsibility in '91 for the 2 offices in Beaufort, as I said, one in Burton location and one on Ladies Island. Other officers of the bank would be responsible for the other branches, Hampton being the main office, and then with Allendale, Fairfax, Estill, and Bluffton.
Right. You say y'all are a little bit decentralized. Is it fair to say that for the most part you were primarily responsible for the operations in Beaufort and someone else was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Correct.
And who was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Russell Lafitte and his father, Charlie
The
Lafitte.
family's not going to be there till the jury comes back around 11:30.
And when you say somewhat decentralized, obviously there was a board of directors that looked at the institution as a whole.
Yes.
But in practice, there was kind of a deference to the local folks on scene, you being in Beaufort and the Lafitte's being in Hampton. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to explain just a little bit, though, about the board of the directors and the executive committee. And again, if you could briefly describe to the court what those 2 entities are and how they operate so that we can understand the next questions.
Well, the board of directors of the bank has the absolute authority and responsibility to run the bank, but they delegate the day-to-day managerial responsibilities to officers. Charlie Lafitte was long-serving CEO and chairman. Russell, COO, subsequently became the CEO. I was executive vice president and ran the 2 branches. But board of directors would delegate as I said, the day-to-day control to the executive committee and certain senior officers.
All right. And when it came to authorizing loans, what was the role of the executive committee in authorizing certain loans? Was there a threshold, and how did that work?
There is a threshold. The board of directors would authorize individual loan officer loan authorities on an annual basis, branch managers having a certain level of authority, and then executive officers having higher loan authority, and then organizationally, 2 executive officers could approve a single loan or a up to X million dollars, and then once it got beyond the threshold,
how much is X
for
million?
2 executive officers, it would go on to the executive committee, which would review the loan request and either approve or deny any loan that exceeded $1.5 million.
Kelly,
at the
thanks
time,
for coming
in
to
June
member.
of 2021
Welcome.
or thereabouts, in that
Appreciate it.
in that area of the year, were you the secretary of the executive committee?
I was.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that document. And, Your Honor, I have a copy for you. I provided one to the defense. Would you mind handing that to the judge for us? Is that acceptable?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
It's the minutes of the executive committee of August 12th of 2021.
All right.
And a number of topics were discussed, but primarily the relationship of Richard Alexander Alex Murdaugh and his total relationship with the bank.
All right. And this is on August 12th, 2021?
Correct.
It seems like his previous jobs were more prestigious than this one. He's obviously a CEO position, but it seems like this is like a later in a career, sort of a wind down. Good observation there, Richard. He's definitely got the experience, though. I mean, I'm not saying he's not experienced. Just might be a little, I mean, running this stuff on the Swiss bank side might be a little bit more than running a little local state bank.
Thank you. All right, so these are the minutes that you're referring to, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and there's a discussion right there, including reference to a memo that was distributed outlining the bank's relationship with Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reference also to the total indebtedness that Alex Murdaugh had to the bank at that point in time.
Yes, sir. As of the day of that memo that was presented to the executive committee, Mr. Murdaugh owed directly or indirectly $4.2 million.
$4.2 million, is that correct?
Whoa. Yes, sir.
All right.
That seems like a lot. Is that like personal debt?
I forgot to ask you this, but tell me real quick, when do the board typically meet, and when does the executive committee typically meet?
The executive committee typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month, and the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 385 for the purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that document.
This is a copy of the minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank, describing what took place at a board meeting on Tuesday, July 20, 2021.
All right. And who's the secretary that authored those minutes?
Ray Henderson.
Okay. And you were present as a board member for this discussion?
I was.
All right. And what's the date again on that particular one?
July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. At that time, was there any discussion or any record of a discussion of any loan to Alex Murdaugh for $750,000?
No, sir, there is not.
All right.
Hey, KQD, please pass on my condolences as well. I think I know where you're headed. I appreciate that.
Again, that's July 20th, 2021?
That's correct.
All right, going back to this August 12th, 2021 Executive Committee notes, I want to walk back just a little bit and tell me, was there, did Alex Murdaugh come up in any discussion among the board members prior to August 12th, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that, how that happened, please.
On August 9th, Norris Lafitte, a board member, sent an email to members of the executive committee and the board asking for a full accounting of Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
All right. And can you pull that mic just a little bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. And what happened after that? Did that spark any particular activity?
Sparked quite a bit of activity, conversation, and then activity inside the bank that day.
All right. And explain that to the court. What happened?
Shortly after Mr. Lafitte, Norris Lafitte sent his email to members of the executive committee and the board. A deposit was made to Mr. Murdaugh's account in the amount of $400,000, which cleared up an overdraft, a large overdraft, which had been in his account that day.
All right. And who caused that deposit to happen?
Russell Lafitte.
All right. And so there was a significant overdraft in Alex Murdaugh's account?
On that day, yes, sir.
Was it over $350,000 overdraft?
Yes, sir.
And
That
so
is
Russell
a lot of
Lafitte
overdraft.
caused a $400,000 to be deposited into his account.
Yes, sir.
And that was after the email from Norris Lafitte asking about Alex Murdaugh on August the 9th.
Yes, sir.
All right. At that time, that Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into Alex's account to cover a over $350,000 overdraft. Were there any loan documents or any sort of application or anything in existence supporting any such disbursement?
No, sir.
Just put the money in there.
Yes, sir.
From where? Is this a loan?
You mentioned other activity. What other activity was sparked by that August 9th email?
There was some activity to create an application to go through our typical loan approval process through one of our software underwriting, underwriting programs, software driven.
Okay. All right, and we're going to look at those documents here in a minute.
It's a lot of minivans, 6-volt. Tom, there's video linked on the Facebook page. It might be in Discord as well. Seriously, I've had an overdraft on my account before. When I made a mistake as a young buck, and wrote a check when the check, my paper check had not been deposited.
356.
There's no way I could get to $400,000 overdraft on any particular day.
This is a photocopy of a page 2 of a deposit checking account statement in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what does that reflect on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in his account?
A overdraft balance of $347,784.67.
And what happens on August 9th, 2021?
A deposit of $400,000 is made to this account.
All right, and we see after that there's a transfer to checking of $20,000 that's done as well?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of that transfer was?
No, sir, I don't.
Yeah, I do wonder if he got hit with that $35 overdraft fee at that point, or if they just waived that, considering, he's such a good customer. Because I would have got hit with the fee. You would have got hit with the fee.
So right there on August 6, 2021, Alex's account was negative $347,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No jury right
And
now.
off the
This
books,
is for
Russell
a
Lafitte
404B hearing.
$400,000 to be put into his account. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk more about that.
Let's do that. Leslie, they'll get to hear if the judge rules this is admissible. That's why what the purpose of this hearing is. And he may rule as early as today, possibly more likely on Monday. I'll get you a box if you want the view. We can do that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 357 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank dated August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And who was the secretary for these? Do you know?
Gray Henderson.
And were you present for these board meetings?
I was.
All right. And these minutes accurately reflect what was discussed at the board?
Yes, sir.
And we'll turn over to the second page. And was there a discussion at that time about, and again, this is on August 17th, 2021, was there a discussion about loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There was.
All right. And is there a reference there of Alex's intention to sell the farm?
Yes, there is.
All right. And then is there a reference in there to the extent of Alex's liability in total loans?
Yes, there is. $3,544,897.
All right. And was there then a discussion of additional loans that Alec had that had been charged off?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And very quickly, are you familiar with two entities called Zero United and Redbeard?
I am.
And are those entities associated with Alex Murdaugh?
They are.
And are those loans that, in fact, the bank had charged off?
That's correct.
All right. And explain very quickly what a charge-off is without too much detail for these purposes.
Certainly. In a situation where a loan is deemed non-performing to the point where the bank's executive committee and or senior management decides that it's time to take it off the books, you charge it off. It's an accounting treatment, but it doesn't remove the obligation of the borrower, or in this case, members of the LLC, any legal obligation to repay the loan.
All right. And so Alex Murdaugh was still on the hook, required to pay those loans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there real properties associated with both of those loans?
Yes, sir.
And in the event Alex Murdaugh had tried to sell those properties, would the bank expect to be paid any outstanding balance plus interest and all the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, was Alex still paying on those notes even though they were charged off?
He had periodically, yes.
And so the ultimate liability to the bank for Alex was somewhat larger if those are included. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's discussion in here about a $750,000 loan in this particular board discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And this is on August 12th, 2021, I believe. Is that right?
The date? I think it's 17th.
17th, excuse me. Had you been aware of any sort of $750,000 loan to Alex Murdaugh prior to these discussions coming up as you moved to the board meeting on August 17th, 2021?
Only to the extent that $750,000 loan had been referenced during the executive committee in the memo that was referred to in my executive committee minutes.
Which would have been shortly or a couple days before this, is that
yes,
correct?
sir, preceding week.
All right, and at the time that the $400,000 had been dispersed back on August 9th, there was no loan paperwork in existence at that time, is that correct?
No, there was not.
All right. Was that the only disbursement made pursuant to this supposed $750,000 loan?
It was not the only disbursement.
All right. Well, stand by for me.
Thal, thanks for this pertinent bit of information right in the middle of this financial discussion about how to catch a fly. But now that will stick in my head, and I'm going to try it next time because I despise flies.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 358 and see if you recognize that.
It's a wire request form on our standard documentation dated July 15, 2021. The Palmetto State's going to wire funds to South State Bank. The beneficiary of the wire is the Wilson Law Group, LLC, to their IOLTA account in the amount of $350,000.
$350,000 to the Wilson Law Group?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next page in this document?
Are the wiring instructions to the Wilson Law Group.
And does it have contact information?
Contact information is to Chris at wilsonlawgroup.se.com.
All right. And is that Chris Wilson, the lawyer in South Carolina, in Bamberg, South Carolina, excuse me?
As I currently understand, yes, sir.
All right. This is on July 15th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
$350,000 was wired to Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Was there any documentation, loan application, any sort of paperwork whatsoever justifying Palmetto State Bank sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
All right. And then whose benefit was this sent for?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Alex Murdaugh's. All right, let me ask you about this, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And right now, there it says sender information, and what does that say right there, please?
Palmetto State Bank, LNOS.
All right, and can you explain very quickly what LNOS is, what that is?
It's an account the bank maintains. It's called Loans Not on System.
Okay. And should this wire have listed that as the sender?
No.
And explain that to the court, please.
Had loan documents been signed that day, the sender would have been the borrower on the loan. In this case, it would have been Alex Murdaugh.
But that's not what was listed, is it?
No, sir.
Okay, so in a little break, we're going to explain what's happening here. The jury may get to hear this. If they don't get to hear it, then the judge would have ruled that this is not admissible evidence. But the judge is hearing this for the first time to see if it's allowed in the trial.
What's been marked as 359 to your testimony to see if you recognize this document.
This is the customer copy of the cashier's check in the amount of $400,000 that was deposited to Alex Murdaugh's checking account.
All right. And is there a sticky note on there, a copy of a sticky note?
Yes, sir, there is.
And what does it say, if you would, please?
It says Alex Murdaugh, $750,000, 1 share of Green Swamp Inc. stock, and the date is 7/15/21.
Green Swamp Inc. stock? Doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd invest in. Green Swamp. So all these amounts, I mean, this looks bad on the bank. He's the CEO, and they're basically saying we're giving out massive loans to people with no paperwork, sending wire transfers with no justification. It looks bad, but Green Swamp Inc. I think we need a shirt that
states 360 and
has the
361.
Green Swamp Inc. logo. Can somebody find that?
Real quick, I'm going to show you those and see if you recognize those.
You're welcome, Marcy. I'll try to answer any questions I can. I try not
Top
to talk
document
over.
is the checking deposit slip for credited to $400,000 to be credited to account 69406092. The account holder name is Alex Murdaugh. The date is 8/9/2021. And then we see a copy of the cashier's check dated 8/9/2021 in the amount of $400,000.
All right. And then the next exhibit, 361.
Next exhibit is the debit to the Loans Not on System account in the amount of $400,000, which was the source for the cashier's check in the same amount.
And the date on those again?
8/9/2021.
And that was the same day that Norris Lafitte sent an email to the board directors making an inquiry about the bank's relationship with Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Just a couple more.
Tish, I apologize if I missed something. I do try to see everything, and sometimes there's just not a good time to pull it up.
You've already testified that there was no loan application or loan paperwork or anything like that supporting the bank disbursement already of a total of $750,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was a wire in July 15th for $350,000 that went to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a $400,000 disbursement on August 9th after Norris Lafitte sent his email to the board of directors.
Yes, sir.
That covered a negative $347,000 overdraft in Alex's account.
That's correct.
A little bit extra for some walking around money, another $50K or so, correct?
I can't answer that.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as it states 362 and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of a promissory note, commercial, single advance, loan number 6996048, in the amount of $750,750. Note dated 7/15/2021.
This is the
Real quick,
CEO
what's the $750
of Palmetto State Bank.
It's a note fee we charge.
A note fee?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
$750 for a $750,000 loan?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical?
Possibly in the Hampton office, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to let you hold that one for a second. Look at the back page and tell me, is that application signed?
Yes, it is signed.
And who is it purportedly signed by?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what is the date on that application?
Date on the note is July 15, 2021.
All right. And is that the same day as that wire to Chris Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to examine that document and look at the records of the entity for which you're the chief executive officer?
I have.
Have you had a chance to look at the loan number?
I have.
And are those loan numbers sequentially generated by your system?
They are.
And in looking at that loan number, is there any way that document could have even been in existence in July of 2021?
No, sir.
That goes against what
In
the
fact,
state is,
it had to
or
have
the
been
defense
generated
said.
after the August 9th email and after these disbursements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you 363. Just give me 1 second while I put this on the screen.
Yesterday, in an argument, they said that he had pending loan documents
Just real quick, can you see that on the screen?
in place.
Yes,
And now
sir.
Now the
That
bank
the loan
owner
number, the
says
sequential loan number
they
you're talking
couldn't have
about?
Yes, sir.
existed. So that was basically paperwork that was created to cover it up, but they couldn't have existed at the time because of the numbering
That's
system.
the signature and the date that you're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, that last exhibit I just handed to you, can you tell me the number on the back of it?
6996048.
I'm sorry, I was talking about that number. 363, states 363. No, that was my job. I was asking you to do my job. All right, tell me what that document is, please.
It's a business purpose statement.
All right, and
It accompanied the loan, 6996048.
what is the supposed purpose for the loan that's listed on that?
Business expenses.
Okay.
Could you imagine getting a business loan where you just say purpose of loan? Business expenses. I have to submit like a SBA.
And again, this document's also
everything.
dated 7/15/21.
Business plan,
That's correct.
3 years
But
of
is this
financials.
the kind of document that also would be generated along with the application that we just saw?
It would in the note documentation system, yes, sir.
All right. The application that you said could not have existed in July of 2021.
That's correct.
Let me go back. We had a reference to the board minutes. From August 17th, 2021.
Yeah, none of this
And there was
is
some
murder
discussion
evidence. It could go
of
to
this
motive, but
particular
none of
loan
it ties
at
it to
that
the
board,
murder.
hearing,
Correct.
board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And there had been discussion at the executive committee meeting not, a little bit prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your understanding at that time from those meetings, what the collateral was, supposedly, for this new $750,000 loan?
There'd be a mortgage on Edisto Beach House and a share of the Green Swamp stock.
And is that the green swamp that was referred to on the sticky note that we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what is your understanding, though, as things developed as to whether or not that collateral actually was able to be used for this particular loan?
Certainly, the second mortgage did not exist or was not placed on the property. The property was in the name of Mrs. Murdaugh.
Okay. And what about the green swamp? Was that already collateralized?
It was cross-collateralized with other loans.
Right. So this loan was heavily under collateralized, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
you got to realize he's been doing this money shell game for 10 years. He's pretty good at it.
1 second.
So he's playing this game where he shuffles things around and hides money here, there, and oh man, I don't think his attorneys were in on the cover up. I don't think so at all.
Some discussion about
Not his current ones.
whether or not an appraisal had been ordered prior to June of 2021 for this supposed $750,000 loan. Was there an appraisal that had been ordered prior to June of 2021 on the Edisto property?
There was.
Did that have anything at all to do with some sort of loan for an additional $750,000?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 364 and see if you recognize that document. It's an email, but there's an attachment.
It's an email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who's the bank's appraisal officer, referencing 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto. And it's an appraisal request form dated April 22, 2021. The intended use of the appraisal is for a refinance.
Okay.
And the balance is $200,000.
All right, and so it's for a refinance. Explain what the refinance was for, if you could, to the court.
At the time, the mortgage had matured, or the mortgage loan had matured, and we needed to renew it.
All right, it had already matured, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was an existing debt, not any sort of new debt, and so the appraisal was because you have to renew this note that had already matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or it has to be paid off, one of the two.
Correct.
All right.
I believe he was grazed in the head, like a superficial wound almost, maybe some bleeding.
Right, can I approach? Yes.
So Edisto was in her name. He was trying to get loans on it and probably couldn't. She might not agree to it. She loved that place. She hated the farm because of the flies. There's some things starting to fall into place. At least that makes sense according to the state's allegations.
States 365, and see if you recognize that document.
This was the memo summarizing, or this is a copy of the memo that summarizes the relationship of Alex Murdaugh with the bank. It was prepared and presented at the executive committee meeting.
Okay. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen, but this lists some of the indebtedness that Alec had to the bank that you previously described earlier.
Yes, sir.
And including the Zero United with outstanding $307,761.
Yes, sir.
And then outstanding and charged off not only Zero United, but also $362,896 for Redbeard.
Yes, sir.
We needed a timeline that just has the major events: the murders, the suicide attempt, the
a few more.
him being confronted, him losing his job, just those items, just so we can spell it out and see the order. When his dad died. What else was there? I think there's a couple confrontations with his company, different dates, but I think those
I'll show you what's
those
been
are
marked
important.
as States 366 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a document produced from our loan accounting system, and it lists all the notes, outstanding notes in the name of Alex Murdaugh, and also co-borrower with his father, Randolph Murdaugh III.
All right, and that it lists the balances on those particular loans as of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
It does not include, though, the charged off loans, Zero United and Redbeard, is that correct?
That's correct.
I can't imagine somebody intentionally barely grazing my head with a bullet.
So on the first one, is that the balance right there, $104,119.80?
That's the principal owed, yes, sir.
That's the principal owed. These are not deposits, correct?
That's correct.
Owed by who?
I think for the $104,000 was Williams Islands.
Right. But I mean, what borrower owed those?
That would have been Mr. Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, yes.
All right. And then this next one, what's the balance on that? How much is owed for this loan?
$806,666.26.
The next one, how much is owed for this loan?
$195,171.64.
How much is owed for this loan?
$999,650.94.
And this is actually a $1 million line of credit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty much maxed out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I believe he's the CEO. These decisions were made
And
beneath
then
him.
finally,
They had the rights
this one right here.
or
What's the
authority
balance
to
on
make
that?
these smaller transactions.
$91,368.90.
Decisions. But I think they had policies they probably violated in doing this.
A few more.
A couple of you have experience being on the receiving end of a firearm, and it's not fun. I've seen some of the pictures you guys sent me. Yeah, I can't imagine that. I've been shot with a BB gun. That's enough. Paintball.
All right.
Airsoft.
Last set of documents here. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Stand by for me real quick.
It does look bad. If this was like standard operating procedure for the bank, they could be in big trouble. But the actual numbers at play here are small enough that it's, I mean, they wrote a lot of things off. It's not gonna sink the bank.
All right, I'm going to show you States 367, see if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of a bank statement, Alex Murdaugh farm account.
And what is the balance of that on June 7th, 2021?
June 7, 2021 shows a deficit balance of $2,458.23.
Negative balance?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as 368, and do you recognize that?
Again, it's a checking account statement, Richard Alexander Murdaugh for account 6092.
All right, can you tell me what the balance was on June 7th, 2021?
$2,185.23.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 369, and see if you recognize that.
This is a, again, statement for a health savings account, 3094, in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what's the balance on that?
$7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used for any purpose or only for legitimate medical purposes?
I think the latter, the medical purposes.
We're painting a picture of Alex's financial condition, basically looking at all his accounts, all his debts,
What's been marked
all his balances.
States 370, and see if you recognize that.
Again, a bank statement, copy of a bank statement in the name of Alex Murdaugh, account number 6649. And the balance on 6/7 would have been $62,115.06.
All right, and then finally 371, if you could, tell me if you recognize that.
This is a account statement, interest checking account in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh, number 5109, and the balance on 6/7, $3,900.04.
Compare all these balances and debts to the receipt information we have about the Gucci purse purchase of $1,000 right about the same time period, and it was circled on the receipt. He was broke. Money was gone.
Just have a couple more questions for you, for the purposes of this hearing at least.
That just means he'll have more questions when the jury's actually here if they get to hear this.
It's fair to say that of June of 2021 and the months after, the indebtedness to Palmetto State Bank from Alex Murdaugh was very, very large.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say it also had charged off loans in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If it had come out at any particular time from, let's say, 2010 on up to June of 2021, or at any time, that Alex Murdaugh had been stealing money from his partners or stealing money from his clients, would this bank have continued to loan him money?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I have a defense.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Just to be clear, Mr. Malinowski, on June 7th, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was not overdrawn at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
No, well, June 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you have his bank statement?
Well, we just went through them.
Right.
Well, there was one statement, the farm account was minus $2,045. There was another account that was plus $2,185, according to Exhibit 368. His health savings account, Exhibit 369, had $7,540. Exhibit 370 had a positive balance of $62,000 and some change. And then Maggie's account, Exhibit 371, had $3,904. So
yes, sir.
So there's one account that was overdrawn for
Overdrawn.
$2,000, but positive balances in all the other.
Yes, sir.
And Alex Murdaugh had been a customer of Palmetto State Bank for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had he ever been denied a request from Palmetto State Bank for a line of credit or a loan up until September of 2021?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in July of 2021, apparently he got a $750,000 loan that was approved according to the documents here by 3 members of the board of directors. Do you remember that? If I can find that. I left it back over there. Here it is. Is Elmo up? All right.
Wake up Elmo, everybody.
Can you see the highlighted language there?
I can see the highlighted language. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And this is from, let's be sure we know what we're talking about. Minutes of the Board of Directors meeting, August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And here, says Chairman Lafitte reviewed the loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Russell Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm. We have mortgages on the properties that supersede the property being transferred into Maggie's name. Now, what does that mean? Tell me about that. You have mortgages on the property that superseded the property being transferred to Maggie's name. Do you remember that?
I guess it would reference the mortgages, the date of the mortgage and the date they were recorded on previous loans.
So at some point in time, Alec transferred the Moselle property into Maggie's name.
It's my understanding, yes.
And before that date, your bank already had a mortgage on the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that Moselle property? Are we talking about Moselle property here?
If you're referring to the farm, I'm assuming he's referring to Moselle. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then at the last sentence of this paragraph, it says, Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee. Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan. Do you recall that?
I recall it. Yes, sir.
And who are the 3 of the 5 members of the executive committee that approved the loan?
It would have been Charlie Lafitte, Gray Henderson, and Russell Lafitte.
And do you recall Charlie Lafitte telling you at some point in time, maybe around in here or even before, that if Alex Murdaugh wanted to receive a loan from the bank, that he would get it?
That was Mr. Lafitte's opinion, yes.
And who was Mr. Lafitte in relation to the bank in June of 2007?
2007?
Excuse me, June 7th, 2021.
He was the chairman of the bank.
Okay. And was Russell Lafitte related to Mr. Lafitte?
His son.
Okay. And who are the members of the executive committee?
The executive committee was Charlie Lafitte, Gray Henderson, Russell Lafitte, Scott Swain, and myself.
And so Mr. Lafitte, Mr. Charlie Lafitte's opinion was if Alex Murdaugh wanted a loan from the bank, he would get it.
That was his opinion.
And on the $750,000 loan he was provided, apparently without a lot of paperwork done on the front end, but it was approved by Mr. Lafitte, his son, Russell Lafitte, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his daughter, Gray Henderson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that there was some, in June of 2021, there was some $4.2 million or something outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but
just some petty cash.
Find that.
Pocket change.
Do you know how much was secured and unsecured when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find it.
Was Blanca the housekeeper? The second housekeeper, the one who didn't die?
On the screen here. You may be talking about the same.
Amber, maybe we can get the
same document we looked
the
at,
housekeeper
and I
death.
have the highlighted language. It says
the boat accident.
Here.
All that on that timeline as well.
Refer to the. It says Norris Lafitte had found a mathematical error which will be corrected to $3,544,897 total loans, and those are total loans to Mr. Murdaugh. Is that correct?
According to another memo that came.
Okay. So, as to this amount, how much was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo. I only have what I was provided.
Here comes Creighton to save the day. Creighton, who just walks up from the prosecution, we found out yesterday that he is in a cover band. He sings songs like by the Eagles, things like that. He actually shreds on the guitar. They play in, I don't know if it's his attic or somebody else's. There's some videos out, music videos out on YouTube. You can find it. The band's name is Soul Purpose, S-O-L-E, Purpose. And Creighton Waters is one of the guitarists and sings as well. So that's what he does when he's not busy prosecuting criminals.
Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness to Mr. Murdaugh? And I am referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
Can you read that?
He's a lawyer
Yes, sir.
on this side. Mostly he plays gigs at
Zoom it in
weddings.
without putting too many shadows on it.
They're not too bad. The drummer, I think, is their lead singer.
So we went through that. Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you mentioned that, and had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Redbeard and Zero United.
So, yes.
And those were the ones that were written off?
Yes, sir.
But he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments. Yes, sir.
Marie, that's what I understand. I believe his dad died naturally. He was sick and passed away. He'd been in the hospital for a while.
Are you aware that on
Buster is left, surviving son.
the day Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th, are you aware that she was scheduled to meet your appraiser at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
Where's the proof of that? That seems weird.
The
Who scheduled that?
Moselle property was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name in June of 2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
The Edisto Beach House was titled in jointly in Alex Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point.
So we're talking about Creighton
Before her
Waters.
I believe it was in her name
Prosecutor.
solely at the time of her death.
You do? Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
Are you sure about that?
And what information are you relying upon?
Alex said it wasn't. He just mouthed it wasn't.
Looking at the Colleton County deed records.
One second, Your Honor.
Quick, search the records. That should be public record.
Does the bank undergo routine FDIC audits, Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And had Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank ever been flagged in any audit conducted by the FDIC or their contract auditors?
To my knowledge, no.
Because this good old boy system exists and it happens. Is that what he's saying?
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Tag, you're it. This is Creighton. Creighton Waters is the one that's in the cover band. Imagine him slinging a Fender over his
Mr. Malinowski,
over his
just a few
shoulder
more
and
questions.
jamming.
May it please the court. Get 365 back that we were just looking at.
I know how to play. I'm not super good, but I can hold my own against my kids. Adam, I like chess.
This is that memo that was prepared for the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
To remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson to try to make up the funds that he had diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does it say anything about $400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
After June 7th was the first significant activity from the bank to Alec to provide that $350,000 off the books with no application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And after June the 7th, did his account run to negative $347,000?
Yes, sir.
And the bank kept paying?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the most generous overdraft policy ever seen.
Quite possibly.
No $35 fee.
You were asked a little bit about Zero United and Redbeard, which are up on the screen. The bank did not foreclose on those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Alex Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners, yes, sir.
All right, but if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
And we see that up on that screen, what happened to my clip? Back in 365. If he had tried to sell those properties, would he have just had to pay the bank those amounts listed there, or could it potentially be much higher than that?
Potentially much higher.
And explain to the court very quickly why it could be much higher than that he would have to satisfy before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued interest and any late charges and fees that accumulated since the date of the charge-off.
Once y'all charged it off, it no longer was accruing interest and penalties and fees on the books at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement which would have included principal, accrued interest or lost interest to that date, and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
The court artist has pins all over her clothing, or patches of some sort.
We just
looks pretty cool.
You were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with a new 750.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the negative $347,000 overdraft policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2 months, his account went to negative $347,000.
Yes, sir.
If it had come out that Alex Murdaugh had been diverting fees from his law firm, if Alex Murdaugh had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
Nothing.
No, sir.
No uncertain terms about that.
No uncertain terms.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out, it's a new ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this, Russell Lafitte was terminated and you became CEO, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so he wasn't there when all this happened.
Mr. Malinowski, how much in interest did Alex Murdaugh pay to Palmetto State Bank over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's the guy that cleaned up.
Well, that next witness is coming.
He cleaned up the mess at the bank. So yeah, it's not fun for him to testify to that because it looks bad on the bank. But yeah, oh man. But he's the guy that made it all better. Lots of noise in the courtroom. I wonder if the bailiff's going to yell at us here. So Alex's family's not there. The jury's not there. This is still part of the 404B hearing where the judge is hearing this evidence for the first time to decide whether or not it will be allowed in as evidence during the trial. So if the judge rules, and he could do this later today, he could do this probably Monday. So I think they have another witness that pertains to this portion of the evidence that's coming in on Monday. If the judge rules that it's admissible, which he's given some indications that he will, then we're going to hear all this again, and we're going to hear it delivered in a manner it's presented for the greatest impact for the jury. So all the moments we heard, we thought, oh, that's going to be great. I think we're going to see that and maybe a little bit more in front of the jury. Creighton Waters knows what he's doing. He's a good prosecutor. He's going to elicit that information. He's going to elicit emotion from people as well on the stand if needed, and especially when you're talking about Chris Wilson. Judge called order and they're still talking. Bailiff's about to yell.
State calls Tony Satterfield.
Come on up, Tony. Take your seat. This won't hurt but a little bit. His family's not there. They will be there when the jury's there, and I'm not sure why they don't like sitting there for this part. Possibly because it makes the family look bad. Man, this is just a kid. This is just a kid. Who's Tony?
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit close so we can hear you good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
No way.
I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
In Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter and everybody needs to hear you.
He doesn't speak up.
Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes, right there.
Okay. Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It's that camera.
Yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
All right.
Right.
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
It does.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did your mom, roughly, how long did she work for Alex? Do you know?
If I had to take an estimated guess, 20-something years, maybe, give and take. I don't know that.
20 years.
Okay. And slide up just a little bit more. You talk right into that mic. There you go. Just a little bit. You need to get up on the mic so we can hear you. All right. What did your mom do for Alex?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she had been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know Alec and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
Okay. And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Moselle.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away, or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she felt, or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec? What
I
did he say?
barely,
Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, you know, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, you know, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay. So he said he was going to go after his insurance company?
Yes.
And get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say he might get any money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
All right. And who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex.
At some point in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, you know, I can't do it myself because conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was?
Alex.
The whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
Okay. And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot, or just?
One time I can think of.
Okay. Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
This is going to be good. This is going to be in front of the jury. I think for sure the judge will let this in.
Of course, indulge just one moment. I'll show you what's been marked as states 372 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I sent him, Alex.
Okay, and what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
It was a bill?
Yeah.
And who did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or the law firm.
All right, and why did you send it to Alex Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer?
Yes.
All right, and this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
As time went on, did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes, not very rarely, but every few months or so.
All right. And what would he tell you just generally over
First, it was hard-hearted, you know, like it was making progress, and he kind of left it at that.
He said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money after the medical bills were paid?
Said he was hoping.
Right. Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said to try to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your brother?
Yes.
At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
All right. And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year?
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $505,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $505,000, correct?
Yes.
And it was diverted by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
And a large proportion of that was diverted by Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alex Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
And it took, after this happening, and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021?
Yes.
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
I believe this family was made whole in part, or maybe completely. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they filed suit against him, and as part of that, they got a settlement. And the family did receive money.
You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where that article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it, and yes. And I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone normally, that's how I called him, yes.
So you called him on the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like, once, twice, three. We talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
I imagine the family doesn't want to be here for this.
Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
Okay, a quick break. We might have cameras stay on here in the courtroom. Let's see. So the judge has to rule on this. What do you guys think of that last one? This was the son of the the housekeeper who fell while employed at Alex Murdaugh's residence. She fell and hit her head. She was alive for a few days or a few weeks. I'm not sure which it was. I missed that, and then passed away. Alex approaches the kids and says, "Hey, I can go after my insurance company. We'll be able to get these bills paid for you. There may even be a settlement for you. Could even get you $100,000 each. So both of you." And then there's a almost $4 million settlement that he never tells them about until they hear about it on the news and confront him, and that's when you find out that the majority of that got routed to Alex. I think he said 2 weeks, lived for 2 weeks. The state is not saying that Alex killed her. There's no allegation of that. They're leaving it open. It's what they're not saying is what is glaringly plain in this. They're saying, how did she die? Was she ever able to tell you how she fell or how it happened? They're leaving this big gaping question in the minds of the jury and the listener, basically, and saying there's a possibility here, but they're not saying it, which is a impressive little tactic. Sometimes what you don't ask is more important than what you do, and so they're getting the benefit of that doubt by not saying that. So good work there on the defense side, or on the prosecution side. I was surprised the defense asked him any questions about that, but it wasn't. They were just timing questions, so they were nothing burgers. I think the judge will let the witness in. I think for sure we're going to hear that witness. I think for sure we're going to hear the bank CEO. Let's see. Yeah, your settlement is through. It's chicken each. KH is going to donate some platelets. Have fun, Kay. I hope that's fun. Have a cookie when you're done. He may not have killed her literally, but he certainly took away her ability to take care of her family by stealing her money or inheritance. She worked there for 20 years. 20 years she worked for them. They did tippy-toe around that witness. I think they will even more so in front of the jury. As the judge ruled on the admissibility of the two state witnesses reviewed yesterday, the lady financial auditor and the lawyer who worked on defense on those cases. No, all of this is all under that umbrella of the 404B hearing. So everything that's happened outside the presence of the jury, as far as these questions, the judge still has to rule on that. So he's listening to all this evidence. He wants to get it all in. We'll have probably another, I think, one more witness or so, and then the judge will ask to bring the jury back. The jury's supposed to show up in about half an hour to the courtroom. So they'll be here probably around lunch or just after lunch. Let's see. The Satterfield family did get some recourse much later when Gloria's body was set to be resumed. Then there was a settlement. It was interesting. Yes, they did. They had their own attorney. He is, I think he's been on several of the circuits talking about this case. He is on the witness list as well. Their attorney is. If Paul killed this housekeeper, do we believe Alex knows what son did? I vote yes. I haven't heard anything other than rumor about who killed the housekeeper or if somebody did. So that's pure speculation in my mind. Green swamp turned gold. A movie writer could not write this. Fact is stranger than fiction, Abby. It truly is. She was the boy's nanny, too. Horribly sad. Man, yeah, it's, let's see. Is there anything useful to the prosecution here? Richard, I think what's useful is they're painting a very vivid picture of where he was financially, which is important to their claim that was a motive, that his financial situation, the fact that things were falling down, the house of cards was collapsing. He was trying to rob from Peter to pay Paul everywhere he possibly could, and he was running out of options. The money was down to nothing. His wife was still spending money. Just got her nails done. Just went and got a Gucci purse that day. There's a lot of things that sort of come together at a head that they're basically saying this is the reason. This is why he snapped. Between you, me, and the HDMI cord, I think AM just just sharded. Thanks for SCAR. It's funny that it pronounced that word pronounced the same as a different spelling. Yeah, I think he's obviously squirming right now. I'm not the biggest fan of how the prosecution questioned the last victim. Sean, I agree. It was a dramatic effect, and I think we'll see that again in front of the jury, maybe even more so. Because if this goes in front of the jury, we're going to have the buildup of where we get to know him. We get to know, his background, when he graduated, how he started work, what his family life was like, where they lived. That they're going to go into all that, and just to build a picture so the jury can really get to know him, a lot like we did with Rogan, right? Where we just found just a ton out about him and what he was like, and just wanted to wrap our arms around him and adopt him as our own as well. I think they'll do the same thing with that victim in front of the jury. So if you're not a fan of what happened here, you just know you probably won't be a fan of how it goes down in front of the jury if the judge allows it. I think the son said she wouldn't say, not that she couldn't. I heard it the other way, bite me. I don't think she ever regained consciousness type thing. Toxic, you're home. You're finally watching this in the comfort of your own home, hopefully in a comfortable position. Hopefully you're on the mend. Good to hear that. What have I missed? Do we have a smoking gun moment? Toxic only in the financial stuff. We do not have a smoking gun when it comes to the murders. All we have, and we knew this, he's got 106 financial charges against him for situations just like this or very similar to this. And those were smoking guns. He admitted to this one. This is part of why he was disbarred, I believe, by the state Supreme Court. FBI is now investigating Santos for stealing the homeless vet's GoFundMe for his dog's surgery. Wow. Glory may have feared for the safety of her family and not said anything because of that. It sounds like a couple people were worried something was going to happen. We heard his friend, Chris Wilson, was worried that he was going to, do something to himself. That's why he had Alex sign that handwritten promissory note. So in case he did kill himself, he'd have recourse against his estate to try to get the money back, that $198,000, $192,000, whatever it was. They need to get back to the murder trial. I agree, Grumpy Cat. I'd like to see that go back. I wish the judge would just rule on this and we can move forward. I think if this, in the murder trial, if we do go through all 106 financial charges, first of all, that is fodder for appeal, but also it will be too much of a distraction. His boys were probably spending lots of money too. I think the boys didn't realize their financial situation. I think Alex really was taking care of them, although they were frugal in some cases, at least after the fact as well. But they probably didn't have a full perspective. Can somebody answer this for Savas Gun? Were there? I heard that there were no life insurance policies for Paul or Maggie, so there was no benefit financially as far as the life insurance is concerned in their deaths. Is that correct? So Buster killed Smith, Paul killed boating friend, dog killed the housekeeper, and Alex killed Maggie and Paul. What a family. The dog killed the chicken, too. Don't forget the dog got the chicken. I don't know, TW, if that's... it's funny you put it that way. I don't know if all those are facts established or what. Yeah, I think that witness was not emotionally really distraught over the testimony today. It was very emotional, and the way it was delivered was important. But I think he wants to be there. I don't think he's an unwilling witness. Someone in the house, a member of the family, had to know what happened to the housekeeper. Glad the young men of the housekeeper and their mom had a new lawyer. Time for a hydration check. Let me grab my mug. Drinking out of the pink mug today. Don't have purple yet. I'm working on it. I'm excited for lunch. I've got the spicy maple bourbon pickles, which will be delicious. Who was that on the stand? That was the son of the housekeeper, Toxic, the one who died. Sorry, I'm getting tangled up in my chair and my cables. I think the DA sounded harsh, but it was doing better. It was doing it on behalf of the witness, like, I'm a shark, but I'm your shark. Yeah, it wasn't attacking him. It was attacking Alec through the witness. We've seen that before. Will Buster be testifying? He's on the witness list. I don't know if we will or not. There are 255 people on that list. See, Dick and Jim had press conferences after every single pretrial court date to put their own spin on the media. They have. And their stories changed a little bit over time, especially if you follow the Murdaugh Murder podcast on YouTube and follow some of those, you'll see especially when it comes to the alibi, how that story sort of morphs over time. Very glad they had a great attorney to help the family. Yeah, it's sad that it had to go that route because they basically got nothing until they reached out for an attorney to sue. Prosecution only needed to include those things Alec mentioned during his testimony in the police car. What? Say that again, Little Miss. I missed the train of thought on that one. I apologize. Toxic, get comfy. Get comfy. Let's see. Let's have a little music here. How about some cats? Prosecution kept calling Alex Alec. Yeah, you'll hear most of them call him Alec or Alec. And Murdaugh is pronounced several different ways by different people. The judge has pronounced it 3 times in one day, like in one sentence, different directions, different ways. Yesterday, the attorney said there was no life insurance, so there was no benefit to them dying. I agree. I don't think them dying was for financial benefit. I think it was because everything was collapsing around him. That the shame of that and what he was going through, he saw no way out, and so he was ending it. Will that son be called as a witness for jury? Your thoughts? Yes, I believe the Buster will be called as a witness. I mean, I believe he will testify on the stand. There were no life insurance policies, probably because they're expensive and they were running out of money. It wasn't a chicken, it was a guinea. That was the argument. That was what's on the video. That last video that Paul's phone took was the argument about what the dog killed, a chicken or a guinea. This case will make a good movie. That's where it's destined for sure. When is the chicken's trial starting? I can't see this type of wealthy family not having life insurance on anyone. They had the umbrella policy that you heard about. Okay, who said Colonel Mustard? Army Mom says Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick. You solved it all.
There's a lawsuit.
Let's see, who is Smith? What do you mean? Hubster still wants to know if the chicken has wrongful death attorney. This case reminds me of the midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. It would not surprise me if he had something to do with her death. He's like, we don't know if the chicken died. I think the chicken died. There was some talk about that earlier. Wasn't there some evidence of the chicken? They found the dead chicken when the cops were there or something at the murder scene. We need some ASMR. I don't have any. My mug's already full. The only thing I could offer you is the sound of a spicy maple bourbon pickle jar being opened, which is quite pleasing. But if I do that, then we're unfortunately going to get great video of me chugging out of the jar, as I can't resist. Once it's open, I'll have to start eating them. Even with my fingers, no fork, just digging in, stuffing my face with pickles. I love them. They're good. I would never do that on stream, by the way. On stream. I won't say about, off stream. Wonder how much money was spent on his addiction to opioids. Haven't heard the numbers yet. We've heard it's brought up a couple times. I think we will hear more. We're back in court here. See if the bailiff yells at us. Nope. No yells from the bailiff. Next witness. Or are we going to get the jury?
Call your next witness.
State calls Carson Burney.
Carson was front and center. He was ready to go. A nice little, is that a blue or a gray suit? I can't quite tell. Almost a sky blue.
Do you affirm the testimony about the guilty court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And to take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Carson Burney, B-U-R-N-E-Y.
Good morning, Mr. Burney.
Good morning.
Still morning, just barely.
It is.
Where do you work, Mr. Burney?
I work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
And what is your job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right. And how long have you been a forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right. And what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records to include bank statements, credit card statements, loan documents. I also trace assets from source to ultimate disposition.
Can you spell that out for common folk? He follows it from the beginning to the end. He chases money down the entire trail.
All right. And what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the State Grand Jury Division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have.
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
Similar documents, as I mentioned earlier, they would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders, and other various things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now, you said trace. What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply just following a fund. In this example, these are the alleged stolen checks, primarily that went to forge account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records and in coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever on to eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to just draw it and stop and say that's as far as we can go?
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you could follow money forever, and forever, but for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by Alex Murdaugh.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents reflecting the conclusions that you reached upon tracing those funds?
I have.
All right. And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the Elmo?
Give him the Elmo.
And Mr. Burden, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicate the 3 instruments I was tracing. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with a date or a negotiated date of March 10th, 2021. Second, a $375,000 instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 23rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number, account number that it was deposited into.
And what were the last 4 digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
Alex Murdaugh.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
YouTube
and in
makes
preparing
that
this
change.
document, did you have to review a considerable amount of bank records in order to prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A lot of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel. That shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went, and you can see at the bottom it will total out to the initial amount of money that went in.
All right, and not to call out any too many specific transactions because we are in an in-camera hearing, but we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63, and then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors are what was written on the check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And then another name that we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then we have it broken down into 2 separate subsections. What is the distinction between those 2 different subsections?
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those 2 different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but just generally speaking, upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with Alex Murdaugh, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account, or did they go into one bank account and then into others, or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. Alex Murdaugh had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts. They would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Alexander Murdaugh Forge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did he also have another bank account at Bank of America that didn't have any mention of Forge? Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would money go into one account and then into that checking account, or would money go into directly that checking account, or both?
It depends on the instrument. For example, these 3 checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
They're just
so
flying
here,
through testimony
coming out
at
of that Bank of America
I love
account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately $747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092 is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 Alex Murdaugh Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and it, from just looking at account records, seems to primarily deal with the farm being Moselle property.
And how much money of these Ferris fees was dispersed out of that farm account?
$3,000.
And then flipping behind that facial summary page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details I would include on those pivot tables, if there's a date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $192,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the next page, the $225,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
We've got a couple of you guys that do this for a living, and you're loving this part. This is awesome. This is good testimony. I love how fast it's being delivered, especially because it can be a little
Bernie, I'm
monotonous.
showing you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance as Satterfield money?
Yes.
And it's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit. Never mind, we'll just stick with this. All right, so on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right, and then how much was ultimately, into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge account.
The fake Forge account?
That was DB, yes, sir.
All right, and from that account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625, you can see a cash withdrawal in the amount of $12,500.
Right.
Over two different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts?
It was.
Which account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 6092 at Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them in solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes, they're for my notes, so I could identify which loan number went to which loan.
And you specifically reviewed the loan documents in relation to each of these loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the supporting documentation for what they were collateralized by?
Yes.
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
That is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars?
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
So defense was talking about how Alex, pays his interest and everything, but I think what they're going to show is that he pays his interest with stolen money. So you can't say, oh, he's a good guy. You know, he always pays the bank back when he steals the money to pay the bank back.
I'm showing you a document labeled as State's Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account, roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
And when was this instrument deposited?
That was May 15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million?
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
Into a Forge account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million funded. And the sum total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
$147,247.
And this next one would be for the checking account, is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money, this one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Pembina State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair.
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions or specific individuals who received some of this money, here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it in different names. Just off the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it your understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down, we have a Curtis E. Smith. And if I can read lines correctly, how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
$6,404.
And that was a single instrument?
Yes, sir.
Curtis Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over 4 different instruments.
So why is Curtis Smith getting all this money?
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended at the payment to the credit card for my own sanity primarily.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally right below that, we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
So Curtis Smith is the guy who shot Alex, right? Am I understanding this correctly? Wow. What's going on here? Why do we have to approach the bench? Come on, turn on the mics, Judge. Come on. Oh, man. A ton of money was paid to Curtis Smith. A ton. He's the hitman. It's the cousin to Alex who agreed to shoot him as a sympathy ploy. Possible supplier? Is what you're saying, Carol? He's Uncle Eddie, who Alex hired to do the hit on him, a fake hit. It's the one who missed. Gordon, this is an understatement of the century. This is getting complicated. It is. This is very, very complicated. Sorry, the camera's panned over here. Yeah, approach the bench. Why? We need to hear this. I think defense is losing based on body language. That's all we can do is just determine what's going on by body language. And the fact the defense is shaking their head still and talking last. Oh, Creighton just about tripped there. Watch your step, guys. Elmo. Put it back. Whatever was he kicked. This is so much better than TV crime dramas. Allegedly shot him.
Your Honor, we'll see if we can accelerate this process a little bit. Mr. Birney, I have handed you a series of exhibits starting with states 376 and ending in states 397.
So 21 documents.
Do you recognize these documents?
1, 2. It's going to take a little bit. They're grouping them all together. So talking fast was not enough. Now we have to batch everything into stacks and process them all at the same time. Acceleration has been enacted. Who's the lady sitting next to the judge? The judge has a clerk next to him who is an assistant who helps with things. He's maybe pulls up cases and references things for him. The lady right in front of the witness, who's speaking into with an oxygen machine, looks like, is the court recorder. And instead of typing everything, she's speaking to it, and it's being transcribed as she speaks. These documents are all legit. Minsky reference to yesterday. Is that legit? Is that legit? Talking about the checks going to the wrong forge company. Why approach the bench when no jury? I don't know. They really didn't want the public to hear it. Looks like a full courtroom this morning as well, for the most part. The family rows might be a little empty. All judges have assistants present in court. I believe so. Maybe the judge told them to hurry up because the jury is there now. Did the judge call them up, or did the? I do. Oh, he said I do. I now pronounce you man and wife.
And are all of these exhibits from 376 to 397 documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving money going through the forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir.
And I think we actually already got through the Ferris fees from that truck case. So these would be what went through the forge account, correct?
Through the forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe there might be a check or two in the name of Alex Murdaugh in there.
Okay, Forge was the name of the company that should have gone through. There was actually a settlement company that PMPED used called Forge.
All of these tracings and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
Fire truck outside my house.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Forge is also the name of the company, the fraudulent
Your Honor,
company,
if I
or yes,
understood
the shell
correctly after
company
briefly conferring with
that Alex
counsel
set up
for the defendant,
to funnel money
they
to
would
him.
be willing, for the purposes of this hearing, to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review.
See if
Have
they
I
agree to
stated
the
that correctly?
phrasing.
You have.
All right, so stipulated.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original to the court reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right.
We have no questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
No questions for this witness. It's just facts. He was spitting facts the whole time. There's nothing really to question him over. And they stipulated on the documents anyway, so they're done. Buster is back. Yes, I believe we're going to have the jury back here soon. Possibly.
State ready for the jury. State and defense.
Bingo. Thank you, Your Honor. I read your mind.
Your Honor, 1 moment, please.
The family hasn't been here for this 404 hearing for the most part. They're back now that the jury's going to be here. They do want to be here showing their support for their dad during the jury, which I believe they still do support their dad. A little double entendre on the Forge. Yes, it's a funny name, but it was actually the name of the legitimate company that PMPED used to structure settlements. And then Alec created his own Forge company using a different bank, and then would route the money from his work, from his employer, through the wrong Forge account, which would basically just go into his checking account. So his company thought it was going to Forge, and this is probably why they didn't find it on the books for years, because they were paying Forge, and then, you know, it looked right. It was going to Forge, but it was the wrong Forge. So Buster is back there. Oh, look at that plaid, that green plaid back there. Do you see that? Oh, it's behind. Oh, you can still see it on this view. It's a great looking shirt. You can spot Buster from a mile away. He does stand out a little bit. It's those distinct facial features,
Okay,
right?
if you bring the jury.
Bench was for permission to view the docs. Yeah, nothing juicy there. Hero 404, Buster not found. We found
the jury
him.
will stand for a moment.
We're not rising for the jury here, which it was in most court cases. You'll see that the audience and the gallery does rise for the jury, but in this courtroom they rise for the judge, and this one's just a rest time while the jury comes in. So Buster's over there by the wall today. That's the first time he's sat over there that I can remember. He's usually got like an assigned seat, sort of like diagonally behind his dad. Now he's got an aisle seat, carrot top. Will there be any money left for this son after they pay the legal fees? Probably not much. But his Buster did get a settlement, and his mom's, something about his mom's insurance. He got a settlement involving his mom that I think he's got about $500,000 from that. There might be more. Buster has beautiful hair.
Thank you.
Beautiful wave too.
All right, good morning.
Awesome, Tom.
All right, welcome back. Day number 10. State's case, next witness.
I got two.
Tom Darnell.
Is our Southern Belle back? Is that what I heard? Glad you like the pickles, Tom. I love them as well. Most people do.
I do. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
This is his mom's
Spell your
estate.
last
That's
name.
right. Not insurance.
My name is Thomas Edward Darnell. Last name is spelled D-A-R-N-E-L-L.
Good morning, Agent Darnell.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State Law Enforcement Division Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia.
Judge has not ruled on the 404 stuff yet. Okay.
I started my career
Monday.
at SLED in 1990 in the Late Print Crime Scene Department. During that time, I completed an in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of the fingerprint science. I've attended a number of courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints. I've also trained other examiners to do the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
Self-defense.
You can ask some questions? No objection.
He's so qualified.
We have an
Thank you,
expert,
Your Honor.
which means he can speculate.
All right, Agent Darnell, could you just kind of tell us in general about fingerprint evidence?
Well, basically, fingerprint evidence can be most anything. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we determine the type of evidence that we have, then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. One thing to keep in mind is that in most cases, the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically. A latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And what is the process of finding these hidden fingerprints?
Well, we have several different techniques that we can use, everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains to different chemicals that we can use. There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used. We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, did you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface.
And can you give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
Non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper, a paper cup, paper plate, a piece of like a handwritten note or a check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume, and that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface.
I don't recommend
it
inhaling that.
It enables us to see it better, and it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
Okay, and when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, we have it photographed. We have the the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically, so that we can then compare it to any known standards that we may be asked to compare it to.
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind of lifts of the print or anything like that?
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, it was black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
So you did receive some items.
That black powder is that dusting method.
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68.
Vaughn, welcome. Thanks for subscribing. Hope you love it here. Once you join, you can never leave. So I do hope you're happy here.
Blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence?
It is.
Okay. And did you find any evidence on those cases?
Actually, I did not. There was what we call the result that I used in this with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on fired cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since fingerprints are so fragile, a lot of times that is probably a couple of reasons why we don't find a lot of prints on cartridge cases.
All right. Did you also receive State's Exhibit 33 and 34 to test for or examine for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those shot shells?
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
You know, we always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases, but I can't recall honestly having a case where I was able to actually identify it.
Did you also receive a shotgun to check for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
That being State's Exhibit 4, a Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Did you find any fingerprint evidence on that weapon?
I did not.
What else did you do with that weapon while you had it?
There was an additional request to have it swabbed for touch DNA, which I did. I swabbed various areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And I will hand you State's Exhibit.
That's what I heard as well.
307.
He's a fingerprint expert, Tish, by the way.
From that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
It says in the fence.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene. Yes.
No objection.
This is the shotgun that Mr. Murdaugh had in his possession when the cops pulled up.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury?
If I could look at my notes real quick. I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the rear stock front stock and the ejection lever on the shotgun. Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately to possibly get a print on the trigger as who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus latent prints. Anytime we get something that we have a latent print request and a DNA request, we have to try to determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those 2 shot shells?
Yes, I did.
And those swabs are in States 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item 25.
Welcome, Matthew. Good to have you here.
Could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 309.
Okay.
Did you also examine that cell phone for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
I did not find anything that I could identify. I found a very small amount of fingerprint evidence on the phone. The result that I had to render was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
Do you recall examining some other shotguns or rifles in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a .300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and another Benelli shotgun?
That's correct.
Did you find any fingerprints on any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again, the result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
And if a gun has a camouflage print, for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage type surface. Keep in mind we're spraying a fluorescent dye stain prior to using the light source, so that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints. But as far as the camouflage area, it makes it a little harder to see, but we do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
Okay. And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were processing those guns, did you collect swabs from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 308, if you take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. These are the envelopes that I placed the swabs from the shotguns. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Okay.
Now, did you receive a 30-round magazine that was full of 300 blackout cartridges?
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And what did you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry, and then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case, I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA will pick them up from there.
All right. One moment, Darnell. No further questions from the state at this time. You'll answer any questions from the judge.
Please, Court, Your Honor. All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed three shotguns?
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of the, if they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
Normally, when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So had they been unloaded, I would have, or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as, let me put the glasses on here, as, I left it on the table, I apologize. It's right here. Number 22, item number 22, the camo Benelli Super, I'm sorry, yeah, Benelli Super Black Eagle, the 2 unfired shotgun shells. You processed that at the lab?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded, and as I said, normally when a weapon, a shotgun, comes into the laboratory, it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I mean, I've looked at your analysis on them, that there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed, if they had been loaded and unloaded, any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought in.
Debbie, the judge hasn't ruled on that
And
yet.
you processed those on
Might be
June
Monday.
9th, is that correct?
That sounds right, yes, sir, June 9th.
Okay. Now, the cartridges, there's a bullet, and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to, you were asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308s? I mean, the 300 blackouts?
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired, and what you indicated that once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. You know, weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely, never found fingerprints on an expended casing. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say rarely, never. I know of cases in our laboratory that have been, where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be, yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just, I mean, please explain to the jury why you wouldn't normally get fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of the surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on, but most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and not corrugated or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
Again, it's a brass surface, almost a polished brass surface. Did you say because it's mostly moisture, isn't there some oil involved in that from the finger? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you would have, as far as coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or from?
I mean, the finger it's always just moisture?
It's mostly 98 to 99% moisture. And then you might have some other substances mixed in there. But it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints occasionally, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Do you ever
find
yes,
them? Sir. I find.
No, we never find them.
I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to have to do a comparison to make a match.
Well, there's no set number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient amount of clarity and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought me.
So let me ask you this. You've got a doorknob right here. Doorknob. I just grabbed it to open it.
Don't open the door.
Brass.
Read the sign.
Would that leave a fingerprint?
It's possible. You have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched did someone else grab the doorknob, because a latent print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you were on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked. Yes, sir.
I mean, if it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door, and you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there, you would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but you know, I was not on this scene, so I don't really know exactly what all they had going on. So, but if with your scenario that you're speaking of, yes, sir, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob. But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of a what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with a, you know, in a residue. Could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface and depending on just what you're trying to do.
So, if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there were any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
Okay. And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, you know, again, this is, you know, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes. You know, detailed notes. You know, because, you know, photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been, well, strike that.
He's got this witness second guessing
to see
the crime scene text.
Any surface that could have come into contact with a perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
I would think in the notes or in their, you know, testimony or anything such as that, you know, there should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the latent printing department where I worked at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
Do you have people in your latent print unit that do go to crime scenes?
Not really. The latent print department, the way it was set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir.
And you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of any prints.
Well, I found anytime I report something as no value for comparison, that means that I did find evidence of fingerprints. It just wasn't enough to compare it to anyone. Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
So, I mean, I looked at all these. Other than the no value for comparison on the cell phone, that would mean you saw something but you didn't have enough to compare.
Yes, sir, and you know, it was no value. You know, keep in mind again, their latents are fragile. You've got weather involved. You know, water, rain, that sort of thing certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So, other than the cell phone, everyone else says no fingerprint evidence was observed. That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means,
So
yes, sir.
Other than the cell phone, you didn't even find a Any evidence of fingerprints, not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison.
Jury's here.
But the initial shotgun that came into me
This
was
is a fingerprint
nothing was observed,
lab
yes.
analyst.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
He's an expert,
Would it
by the way.
surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun, had actually retrieved it from his house, brought it down to
Your
the
Honor,
murder scene?
counsel's testifying.
Response?
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert.
I think the judge is going to allow it.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
The objection's overruled.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, I mean, that's not in conflict. I mean, no one's challenging that, and yet there were no. I mean, he found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And you know that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them. Just because you touch something does not mean you're going to leave a print. And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Would you agree with me you found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine? Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns, the shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value to compare.
And it's only on the cell phone.
The cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Judge is handing out indulgences all over the place.
Thank you, sir. No more questions.
Read that right.
Briefly.
Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998, where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to do the crime scene. We did the printing. We did everything. Now it's two separate departments. We have a lake print department and we have a crime scene department. The crime scene department, as I understand it, they are trained in how to process crime scenes, which would include how to process certain things on its own scene for fingerprints. In other words, if it was something that was large and not able to transport it back to the laboratory, they do get some training in how to process for prints.
And with such a bloody scene, did you get any bloody prints in this case?
I was not submitted any bloody prints in this case.
Thank you. Nothing further from the staff.
Thank further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, so Thomas Darnell is done, state's witness, fingerprint examiner. We're going to let him go. Let's see if we get another witness before lunch. The judge has not ruled on the 404B evidence, the prior act's financial issues. See, is he wearing a pin as well? If he is, that would mean, it looks like I do see a pin. It looks like he's state as well, so probably as well. He won the objection, but then fumbled at the goal line. He asked, would it surprise you, then concluded with no fingerprints on the shotgun. Isn't that right?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this court to be the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yeah, if the judge gives you a free play, you've got to score on that one.
Blake Johnson, last name Johnsson.
Hi, Agent Johnson.
Hello.
Agent Johnson.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And what are some of the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country region. And as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties, to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some buccal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
that State's Exhibit 338.
And this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
Okay. And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because of the writing on the outside. This is that exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right. And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened, and the inside between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed, and they're put back in the envelope and sealed.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay. They're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal, and it's signed and initialed, and dated.
I saw him. I don't know
Your
who
Honor,
he
at
is.
this time the State removes State's Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
We might hear from him later with another witness.
And Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness.
No questions.
Thank you. Now
Thank
step
you,
down.
That was quick.
Your next witness.
Lawrence Wiggins. You're the next contestant. Got the chair ready for you. Come on down. Also wearing a pin. Looks like probably SLED as well. Shouldn't be SLED. SLED. Yeah, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. They pronounce it SLED. They dropped the C.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
He barely got a chance to warm up the chair at all.
Lawrence Wiggins, W-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Different pin. I think he's.
I believe it's
somebody else.
Chief Wiggins now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, that would be the different pin,
Are
the shield.
you the chief of Allendale? Is it Sheriff's Office, Police Department?
Yes, so I'm currently employed as the Chief of Police for the town of Allendale.
But back in
He's so proud of that.
2021, where were
That's
you
awesome.
employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services, and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect some buccal swabs?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 336 and 337. If you could take a look at those.
It's too close to the shirt color.
what we have.
We need some contrast there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected it?
My initials and...
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than go through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
Well, looks like the good guy. We just don't want to waste the jury's time.
So State's Exhibit 336 and 337.
And no questions for
Your
this
Honor, we
witness.
have no further questions for this witness then.
No questions, Your Honor.
Oh, man. Chief Wiggins, we just barely got, we're just going to put your name up. Look, we pinned you right there in chat, and now you're done. Go back to being sheriff, enjoying your job. Bite me, no lanyard. I did notice that as well.
No lanyard.
Thank you very much for the super chat. He saved a whole like 5 seconds in this. She was like one question away from being able to have that verified, and so of all the times to say I'm going to save time, that was absurd, I think. But I guess if they have nothing else, at least look friendly in that, to the jury, just like we're just here to help you. The Simpsons police chief is also Chief Wiggins. Different Chief Wiggins, right? Maybe the state's going to stipulate on some other evidence as well to save even more time. What do you think? Can barely hear anything. It's really quiet. They're talking about evidence, so they might just stipulate and say, yes, you can accept all this. You don't have to go through the formal procedure. Mic's up, please. Thank you.
The state would next call Chandler Horney.
We might get up in 5 weeks after all. Mr. Wiggins was, I don't know, somebody can look it up when he got his promotion, but you can tell he's still super chuffed about it. He's all grin ear to ear. Yep, I'm chief now.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Chandler Horney, Horney.
Say Sled's my guess.
And Agent Horney, can you tell the jury who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a special agent with the Vice Services Unit.
Okay. And were you involved in the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I was.
And did you collect some buccal swabs or in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 340. You will tell us what those are.
These are the collected buccal swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
Okay. And how were those collected?
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in
this envelope.
Okay. And they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 340 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
I'm with Bite Me here. Not talking.
We have no further questions for this agent.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
Good work, Agent. That was quick. You can go back to work. It took him longer to swear in the last two witnesses than the testimony. That was really fast. It's super fast. And we've only got 255 witnesses on the list, so if we can go through them that fast.
Joe Moore, I'll be all day.
Let's see if he pronounces his name the same way. Looks, he's got a pin as well. The pin is like a dead giveaway. It's equivalent to wearing a badge on a police uniform, but in a suit, you wear the pin. So.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Typically, politicians will wear a flag instead. It's just like a badge.
Joe Marr, I'll be all day. Spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E. I'll be all day. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little trick to pronouncing that last name there.
Is this FBI?
Okay, what was that?
If you remember the phrase, I'll be here all day, and drop the here, I'll be all day. You got it.
And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome.
And you work for SLED, is that right?
I do.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buccal swabs in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343, and 344. We'll take a look, please.
I think this will be a short duration witness as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 342 is a buccal swab you collected from who?
Thank you. All right, this Exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343?
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
And 344?
This final buccal sample was collected from his son, Alan Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab is a special agent Johnson explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope and then sealed in a evidence envelope, such as this one.
It would be sealed so it was not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into evidence.
It says the defense.
I think that was no objection.
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
And I think that's all they have for him.
Thank you, Your Honor. State has no further questions for Judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Beg your court's indulgence 1 moment.
Well, he's thinking there. I just want to tell you, for those that are following my internet drama.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got a notice from MetroNet that they're bringing fiber to my neighborhood today. So it's almost here.
Next witness is going to be
I've
fairly
pre-ordered it.
lengthy. Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
It's 12:30. The jury just got here, so they can work a little bit longer. But I imagine after or during this witness, we'll probably take a lunch break. Let's look. We've got a few new people that are here. A couple are asking about the financial evidence. Jenny says, "Did the judge rule yet on Alex financial ruckus can be allowed?" All that evidence from the 404B hearing, which we haven't heard all of it yet. There's one more witness that won't be available till Monday that we'll be hearing from. The judge is probably going to rule after we hear the witness on Monday on the whole thing, and it's probably going to be an all or nothing. And I'm thinking he's leaning towards all. I would be surprised if he splits it up. But if he does, I think for sure we're going to hear from the chief, the CEO of the bank. We're going to hear from the son of the housekeeper. We'll probably hear from just a couple key people. Maybe not everybody that the state has on their list, because I know they have more. There are lots of families, but I think those will be coming in for sure. We need a poll as to how many of us in chat think the defendant is not guilty of the murders, but definitely in the civil guilty. So that's a complex poll. Not guilty of the murders, but guilty of the financial crimes. Is that what you're saying? Because first of all, with that, that's sort of like a no poll at all, because he's admitted to financial crimes. So we know that he's guilty because he says he is, and he stipulated that in his confession. Yes, we do need a pin, Debbie. That's a great idea. And my question is, should it be round like sleds or more like a badge like the Chiefs? But we'll try to get a pin made. I've actually got some connections there. Hopefully a coin as well. We'll do a little coin, but still working on that as well. Lots of things in the works. Some funny names in both in chat from you guys, from very creative names, as well as on the stand. I saw you guys pointing out that there. Let's see what else. Adam, you were saying something. I scrolled and I missed it. Let's see. Oh, it was, he could do well with his bangs down a bit. He said that. Okay, it was a hair comment. As far as who was it? Was it CG that was asking for a foam gavel? I've looked for a foam gavel. I'd love to have one merchandise that we could sell people, so you could throw it at the TV when you're mad at somebody, and not damage your TV. I just can't find a good one, and the problem is the handle will break off. I can have one molded, but it would be ridiculously expensive. So I was looking for an existing one, and I haven't found a good one yet. I'd want it to be light enough that it doesn't damage your TV if you do decide to throw it. Anne is undecided on murder still. Abby says, I'm still not 100% sure of guilty with the evidence brought in. The pin should be pickle-shaped and possibly yodeling like this one, right? We'll let that yodel for a bit. Badge pin gets my vote. Jordan says, I just keep waiting for some surprise evidence from the state, but feels like they have nothing on him. Jordan, I don't think they have any smoking guns. I think if they had the video that shows him shooting his wife and son, they would have played it by now. If they have a witness that says, I watched it, or he told me he did it, they would have played it by now. And they don't have it. So all they have is all this circumstantial evidence, and then they can build the case as far as where he was financially to say, and this is the reason. So I think this is what we're going to get. Your setup is very clean. Adam, if only you knew what it looked like on the other side of the table. I've got about 40 cables connected. I mean, like 10 of them are to this device right here. But the backside is not nearly as clean. I need lessons in cable management for sure. But thank you very much for that. Let's see. Did they interview him in the car? Why did they? It's a good environment, and it was raining. So that gets them out of the rain and gets them into a quiet environment where they can talk to him. And they had a built-in recorder system. So, it's easier to do that than drive all the way down to wherever the police station was, which however many miles away that was. Take it easy on state team hair, etc. Being in trial 24/7 is grueling. Court all day, prep for next day, all night. Big bucks, Steph team brings in private barbers, stylists, dry clean, etc. Yeah, they're doing a great job. I'm not insulting anybody on the hair. Let's see. Thank you for clarify the poll. Yes, defendant did admit to committing the financial crimes. Yeah, we'll do polls as far as the defendant's guilt. We like to do them a little closer to when the evidence has all been brought in, so we can sort of look at it as the jury sees it. Granted, we might have information that the jury never sees, depending on what the judge rules on this 404B stuff. But I'd like to sort of look at it from the jury's perspective when we do a poll, because usually we're pretty consistent with the jury. Adam says, I'd love to have a large 3D printer. Does anyone have one? Those would be fun, Adam, just for building prototypes and stuff. Okay. I'm not a camel. I did turn off the sound effects. I can play them while the judge is gone. How about that?
Not a camel. I'm not a camel.
There we go. What did he gain by their deaths? Patricia, nothing financially directly, because they didn't have any insurance, any life insurance on them. So instead, all he gained potentially was, a solution to his mounting problems. Like his wife, arguably, they're saying that there were problems with their marriage.
There's a lawsuit.
There was issues with, if they did get divorced, she would want half, and settling things where there were loans against things. That's a problem. If she dies, then he gets her estate, basically. Then he gets all of it. So that would be a financial motive that way. Both of them seem to be causing him problems financially. With Paul, with his the liability for that boat case, for the deaths involved there and the injuries. So I don't know. There was not a direct win for him. As a matter of fact, as the defense pointed out, it sort of made things worse a little bit because it did throw a wrench in the works of some of the financial things he did have lined up. with involving her. Was this drug addiction, will it be brought out in a big way? Yes, it already has in the, with Chris Wilson in the 404B hearing. So the jury hasn't heard it yet. But yesterday, Chris Wilson says he confronted Alex at his mom's house, basically on the porch, saying, what the blank is going on? What's happening? And at that point, he says Alex came out and was crying, was in tears and saying, I've got this drug addiction, all these problems type thing. So it has been or will be brought out if this is admitted, at least in that front. It probably would. If it's not admitted, it will still probably come into court. Remember, this is the guy whose plan was to hire someone to kill him, so Buster got the life insurance. AM's logic is different. Right, that was after, right? We'll have to look at the timeline as far as everything goes. Was he actually addicted to drugs, or is he using that as an out? I don't know. I don't think there's any chance that all these millions of dollars were spent just on drugs. He would be dead long ago, as I think Eric pointed out earlier. Nobody could do that much drugs and live through it. I mean, even famous rock stars and stuff that have some pretty heavy addictions, millions and millions of dollars of drugs. That's a lot, and he was like the only user. If he's convicted, he will be in jail a long time. Will he have to pay everything back still? There probably would be a settlement where his assets, whatever is left, is dispersed, if there are any. I think he's negative right now. I think across the board, as you look at everything, I think he's pretty much broke. But even if he's just convicted on the financial charges, I believe 99 of them carry a maximum sentence of life without parole. So don't steal money in South Carolina because they're serious about that. Abby says, can someone send this to Recovery Addict, to burner phone, please? Yes, please do send that. It's a UK link. I might be able to set something up over there if you guys need something locally to make it cheaper. But yeah, if you can copy that to the burner phone, because I do lose the chat once this is all over. If he was a hitman, he wasn't very good. Yeah, he was almost a miss man. He barely grazed him at all. Do you think Buster knows the truth, Kara? I think he does. At least about the financial stuff. I think he knows that. Drug addiction explains so much of his actions. If you look at it in the eyes of a raging addict, stealing all the money and plotting and scheming. True. We've seen drug addicts kill we've seen court cases where people kill because they are trying to feed their addiction. They're stealing. They have to do something to feed the addiction. That alone is enough motive. But we haven't heard the evidence that his drug addiction was of that nature, that it was that severe, that he was that desperate. Somebody just sent me something to the burner phone. It was Golden Mom. Let's see. Okay. I'll have to watch that. She sent me a link to a YouTube story that gives some background on this case in South Carolina. Thank you, Golden Mom. I appreciate the link. I do have a burner phone for those that don't know. For those that want to reach out to me, you can reach me on the burner phone. If you need the number anytime, you could just type !burner in chat, and that will pop up on the screen. If for some reason it gets abused in a bad way, I'll just throw it away and get a new one. That's what burner phones are for. But I like that you guys can reach out to me, because sometimes chat is not good enough, especially when it goes fast, when it's a crowded day. Seems like he could always angle one more bank loan. Man, 6 volt. Can you imagine just being able to call up a bank and say, hey, can you just wire me $600,000? I'm not going to do any paperwork or anything. I don't have any collateral there. Just go ahead and shoot it over my account. And like, sure, it's on its way. No problem. For you, anything. You already owe us $4 million, but yeah, we'll just send you another $600,000. Yeah, he had a different relationship, and possibly because of his reputation, his family's reputation. I mean, generations of very notable people in the community. I call BS on all the money for drug addiction. I agree, Karen, that just seems too much. I think he had a spending habit that was out of control, but I don't think it was all drugs. I think he was spending more than he was earning, and it caught up with him. He kept stealing more and spending more to cover up the tracks. Carol Martin's here. Busy morning. Good to have you, Carol. Glad you could make it. I'm thinking the prosecution doesn't really want a conviction. This is such a half-hearted attempt. Is this his influence in action? I don't know. I think they want it. The fact that the state attorney general is sitting there on the bench or has been the past couple days, I think he's invested in this, and they're pushing for it. They just, it's circumstantial. There's not a lot of evidence, so they're going for what they can get. Let's see what we've got here back in the courtroom. The bailiff might yell at us here. Let's see. Nope. No yells from the bailiff. Thank you for that link. Appreciate you sending that to me. Netflix documentary coming February 22nd on this.
The jury.
I wonder if the trial will be done by then. Might just have to be like the first half. So was the hitman a good shot or a bad shot? That's the question. Was it an intentional miss? I tell you, that's awfully close to be like, oh yeah, I can just graze your head and not put a bullet through your brain. Well, there goes monetization. But AM messed up so many lives with all the shenanigans, 100%. And people who desperately needed the money, much more than him. No, I don't think I said Casey Anthony. That was a fun one to follow too, though. Judge has no ice. I missed it. Normally had a cup of ice as he came in. Let's take a peek again.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul Greer.
All right, Paul, let's hear it. Let's look for the badge first. Oh, he's coming around the backside, not through the middle.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Oh, he brought his own briefcase. And no pin. No pin, no lanyard. What's your call on this guy?
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Paul, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment to unpack your stuff if you need to.
They've got a lot of exhibits for this guy, and so they took a break to get everything ready to present.
Paul,
So
if
this
you
one might
would,
be
please
longer.
introduce yourself to the jury and tell us a little bit when you graduated high school and where you went for education.
Sure.
Start at
My
elementary.
name is Paul Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school,
He's a quiet speaker.
I attended the University of South Carolina and received a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask you, if you would, to pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear you.
The microphone doesn't move. He has to pull up to
Thank
the
you.
chair.
All right, Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which
He's
is
SLED.
commonly known as SLED.
SLED, but
All
no
right,
pin.
and tell us a little bit about your professional career. How did you get started at SLED and what it is that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did that internship with our Firearm and Tool Mark department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014 in the Firearms Department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms examiner with SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Firearm and Tool Mark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to work those cases. I looked at thousands of fired ammunition components on the microscope and did many comparisons of those. During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations. At the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam that included some mock casework within our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training and that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing
here
required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which one would that be?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Could you please explain a couple of those or a few of those, if you would?
Yes, sir. AFTE hosts an annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and tool mark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and tool mark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional conferences that have been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
The SLED laboratory is accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same set of standards as other labs in the United States that are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process that ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain, if you would, the couple of inspections that are typically required.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards, and they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component, and they do this for all of the disciplines within the laboratory. And that audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Internally at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives them information on how to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, and following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must follow that as well, and those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a SLED firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay. Just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives us information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement references that we need to consult for our equipment that we use, All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
I think he's done this before.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is.
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those fired ammunition components. So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, and we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir. Okay.
Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Your Honor, no objections to his qualifications.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Greer, I'd like to take a moment to kind of educate the jury a little bit on firearms.
Yes, sir.
And if you would, please tell us a little bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps the shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels a projectile through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder, and that has a smooth bore. And what the bore is just the inside of that barrel, so there's no rifling inside that barrel typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with, and it fires shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic or metal that can contain multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
When you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
That's correct. That rifling is in barrels in order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
Makes it more
stable.
stable.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel, if you'll think of kind of like a quarterback throwing a football, it helps it give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the opposite of that would be the smooth bore of a shotgun. How does that affect the pellets or the BBs inside of the shotgun?
So in a typical shotgun, you don't have that rifling that gives it that spin or twist, but that's not the design of the shotgun. So when those pellets or a slug or whatever is traveling down the bore of that shotgun, it is just traveling out the barrel based on the combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell. That can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets.
What did I miss? Hot coffee?
Birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell.
Sorry.
Also in there may be other components. That could be plastic or some type of paper material, and that would be a wad. And those have different jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them together as they travel, to provide some type of cushioning between those pellets and the powder. So they all have different various purposes inside that shot shell.
Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically what you're talking about in a shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
I try not to skip anyone intentionally. Just flag me and to the @recovery addict. If I do miss you and you had something really important to get my attention, just flag me and I'll try to read it. Can't always put it on the screen, but I'll read it. I like that he used the football analogy. There are many different analogies he could have gone with that wouldn't have sunk in as much, but South Carolina football, I think that that connected with the jury. You guys are cracking me up about your take on this guy. He's just a good guy. He loves his job. He's a nice guy. He probably helps old ladies across the street on his lunch break. That's just, he's just a good guy.
All right. Mr. Greer, if you would, beginning with the shot shells, you brought some demonstrative exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see when what we're looking at and what the components are in there.
Sure. Again, these are just two examples of a shot shell. Here you have a plastic body there of the shell with a metal head. On this end of it, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. This is the end that the projectiles or the pellets that are inside of this shot shell will exit and travel down the barrel of that shotgun.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, the second firearm would be, if you would, talk about a little bit about what the AR platform is.
Sure. An AR platform is something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by Armalite, and it's just a modular platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle in its normal state, and that's what we have here today. Okay.
And what would be the more common caliber that you might find on the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common that we see in the laboratory and that you may be more familiar with is it's chambered in .223 Remington caliber 5.56 NATO. That is a very common caliber for an AR-15 type firearm.
Okay. And what were some of the items that you examined in this case as far as rifle calibers?
In this case, I received one rifle, and it was chambered in .300 blackout caliber.
All right, explain to us what the .300 blackout round is and maybe how it's similar and different from a .556 round NATO.
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington or 5.56 NATO caliber. The .300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges are very similar, with the exception of a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And .300 blackout being a relatively, at least compared to 5.56 NATO round, were some of the components interchangeable on the AR platform?
It's my understanding that when that .300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with a .300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the .223 5.56 round in a .300 blackout rifle.
Yes, sir, I would say it's possible.
And did you bring any .223 and 5.56 and .300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir, I have two.
All right, if you please identify the two and tell us what we're looking at and what the similarities and differences would be.
Sure.
I'm sending a stereo signal.
Might
be your device.
This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now. Side by side, this is the .300 blackout. And I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. Are about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. And I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge. What we would refer to as this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us. in being accurate in what we do. So we would refer to this as an unfired cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, this copper-colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards the target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there. And that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired.
Hey, Hot Coffee, if you like it here, bring a friend next
we'll
time,
have a cartridge
as long as they'll
case,
like
which
it
is
as
just
well.
the
You're
brass
responsible
colored
for your friend's
portion here.
behavior.
And that is the cylindrical component
But
there
bring a
that
friend. We'd
holds
like
it
to have
all
a few more
together.
people in here.
It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Permission to approach, just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to put it on the helmet. Greer, if you would just pay attention, you have a little video screen there. Let's see if this will work.
Okay, we get to watch it on that curved screen at the bottom. I'm going to try to keep that on the screen here. Let's see if they'll let me.
All right, Mr. Greer, can you see
Because they're just some bullet casings. They're rolling around on the Elmo. It's not flat.
Yes, sir, I can see that.
And there they go.
This is not going to work. All
This
right,
one.
can you see them clearly?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. What's the big black thing on the screen?
Appears to be a phone.
In your expertise, that's a fact. The two rounds we see there, the top
guess some
round,
good
can you
news,
identify
though.
which one that is?
The one that is up against the foam there would be the 300 blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the round below that would be the 223/556 round.
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, both of those projectiles were copper and colored, if you can distinguish that on the screen.
Fall. Oh, my goodness. Thal just came in with 50 gifted memberships.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask, as compared to each other, does the 300 blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
It's possible.
Oh my goodness.
The bullets come in different grain weights, so that is a much larger bullet, so I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure.
Okay.
Grain is
Everybody in chat who's not a
term
member,
that we
if you
use
want to
in
be a member,
firearms,
turn
and
on
it's just
allow
a
gifts
unit of measurement.
because there's one waiting for
so
you.
when we
Because Thal
measure our
just
projectiles, we are going to measure
ordered
those
50.
in grains. And just as a common
Bring your friends. Now's the time.
way to relate to that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you. So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them in.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Wow, Thal.
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain
Thank you
a
so
couple
much.
of the types that you
Appreciate
might
your
commonly
generosity.
find?
And this is
some
not
of
the first time
calibers so we know
you've been
what we're
like
talking
this. Thank you.
Sure.
man.
Some of the more
I
common
really appreciate you.
gauges in shot shell, and gauge is just referring to the size and how we are able to determine what that firearm's chambered in. So
I don't think we
a
have 50
12
without
gauge is
memberships.
something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun that I would expect to encounter. You may also have heard of or be familiar with a 20
Wait for it.
gauge. That's another one that may be common.
Thank you so much for joining.
410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose within their own respect. But those can have multiple projectiles, hundreds of projectiles. It could have just one large projectile, which we refer to as a slug.
Let's bring some
there's lots of,
recipients over so they can
options, if you
benefit
will,
from Thal's gift.
within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for something, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where I could imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on, and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, Is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And it's part of that process in designing those studies and doing this research within firearm and tool mark. They're going to draft an experiment, conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review, and there will be a review of the article of the experiment, where other scientists within our field or other scientists or researchers can examine that and see what was going on during that process and say whether they agree with it, and share their comments, and that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTI member, I have access to our AFTI journal, where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at, and help bolster their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did you receive a volume of items concerning this case for review?
Yes, sir. I did receive several items to examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity,
sure.
We're going to go through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you prepare a report after conducting these examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare a report.
If your name's in gray,
if we would go through a number of items
gift options are not turned on.
Do you have a copy of your
turn them
report?
on,
Is it
there's
needed
still
in
some
order to
available
refresh your
to be
memory and be
claimed.
able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to refer to it.
Okay, very good. And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself, at least very briefly, with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what, specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene layout?
I reviewed a crime scene layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene the evening where the two bodies were.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir, it can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5. Is slide item 2 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5?
The Thal gifts are just keep scrolling across the screen as they keep getting issued out to people as they turn on their settings. Thal, you're amazing. I appreciate it. You've come through again in a big way with that gift.
Did you
Super
conduct
generous.
a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at.
If there's anything I can do back for you to help you out,
While I find
please
those
let me
items,
know.
if you would, please explain how you receive items in general, how you receive items in the lab, what the condition is before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory,
Check your setting again,
those
double
can
agent.
come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full-service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore, and because you would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat-sealed pouches. So I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me, so that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
Thal, you're amazing.
And just so we're clear, thank you.
I know we have a
Mr.
couple
Greer.
people
Just so
who
we're
might
clear,
actually
when
be
I
interested
refer
in
to
your 40K
items,
Lord,
sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that
channel,
refer
just
to
so
the
you know.
items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory, and it also receives new item numbers, and that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory, and our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
Kelly, no ruling yet on the 404B stuff from the judge. Probably on Monday, I'm thinking, at the soonest. Gift slider to the right, it should be blue, is correct. Hey, you guys are amazing. This is an amazing community. The way you reach out and support each other is phenomenal.
When we receive these items, I do
Love being a part
mark
of this.
packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat-sealed pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your State's Exhibits 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you
I just had a great chat from
Yes, sir, I did.
DMB. Let me see if I can
If you
put this
would,
on.
please tell us what your findings were for these items.
That should make it easier for everybody.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
There's a link that you can click that will enable gifts if you can't get the setting right.
I renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, just for the record.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Mr. Greer, and the item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as State's Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the collection of
I'll do that, DMB.
in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. 300 blackout round. Were you able to see the head stamp
Thank
on
you,
it? And I can
Suzanne.
give you back one of the
5
items
more
if you
gifted
would.
memberships.
Were you able to
Adding
identify the head
pile.
stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Belleau, and you may hear that referred to as S&B.
300?
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
I think at this point, anyone whose name is gray in chat is because they want to stay that way.
Marked and entered into evidence already as State's Exhibits 33 and 34. Jim, do you want to see those? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items and let me know if you recognize them.
See, Thal, we've got a couple guys that are seriously into 40K. Let me make you a
Yes, sir, I
mod
do.
real quick so you can share your channel name, if you'd like to. I'm not saying you have to, but
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
SLED item 9, which is State's Exhibit 34, is a fired federal premium double-aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And SLED item 10, which is State's Exhibit 33, is one fired Winchester Drylock number 2 12-gauge shot shell.
And after your review of the scene, where were items, your items 2 through 7, located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that diagram, it's my understanding that those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, were located around or near the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm referring now to your items 9 and 10, States 33 and 34. Where were those at your review of the crime scene diagram? Where were those identified and retrieved from?
Those appear to be in or around the storage room area near the kennels.
Thank you. I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, right now we're identifying a number of items. Is it, would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, referring to item State's Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
hey, Thal, that link's not working for me. But I guess it's working for others. Okay, I'll check it. Maybe it's my error. Sorry. Worked for Adam? Okay, good. I'm glad you got there, Adam.
All right, I'm handing you what's been marked, Jim.
Rainbow light. Somebody just dropped all the evidence all over the floor, I think.
Handing you what's been marked
It was
as
a gun.
entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4.
Rainbow light, thank you so much
Please
for
take a
being a
look at
member
this
for
firearm.
that's now a second month.
Let me know if you're familiar with it.
Even if you're just a lurker, we love to have you here. Glad you found a place that you enjoy watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, this firearm is unloaded. It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here. I'm going to look for some of those identifying marks that I placed on this shotgun. Yes, sir, I do recognize this shotgun.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you. Was there anything that accompanied State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir.
What were included with it?
Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium double-aught buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and 1 unfired Winchester Super X game load 16-gauge shot shell.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge, this shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12-gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge. Could you explain what the process was ejecting? Is that the proper gauge for that shotgun?
No, sir. That the unfired ammunition, as it was submitted to me, was received in another package. I did not remove it from that firearm. However, a 16 gauge would not be correct for use in that firearm.
DSN.
Susan Blankenship just sent a super sticker with 5.
It was already removed when I received it.
Susan, thank you much for the super sticker. It doesn't show up on my little screen thing. I can see it on my computer though. So how's it going? It's going great. Thanks for being here. It would not be the same without you, Susan.
States
Appreciate it.
Exhibit 250, sled item 8.
DSN, good to have you here as well. Thanks for popping in chat. Even if you don't talk, I'm glad you're here for sure.
So item 8, sled item 8, but states item 250. Take a moment to review it and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Thanks, Crispy Toast. I appreciate that. Abstract, I think we saw her enter the courtroom
Yes,
this
sir.
morning.
I recognize this as sled item 8.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to examine and review that item?
I did.
What did you determine it was or is?
Sled item 8, states exhibit number 250, was determined to be 1 fired bullet, and that was listed as a near tire impression at marker 8.
Okay. And you were able to do further analysis, which we'll get to in the results, to determine its weight?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you testified before, this would be the bullet minus the casing that it originally came in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is just 1 fired bullet.
It's been a little crazy, Katrina.
And that's what
How's
it
your
looks
day
like
going?
when it doesn't have the back part on it?
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached to it.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit number 20, sled item 14. This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you.
Hot Coffee, I do think it's a good witness.
Ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
The fact that the prosecution is objecting to some stuff that he's bringing up means that he might have some information they really don't want brought in. And that's what we want to hear.
Yes, sir, I did.
That's where the state's story differs from Mr. Murdaugh's alibi.
Sled item 14, which is State's Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
Bite Me just came in with 5 gifted memberships
Can you repeat it from my
as well.
These were pellets from what?
Yes, sir. 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
You testified before and you presented what a shotgun shell looks like. Would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Membership's a little different.
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun
You don't have to be
shell.
a member to watch the channel, but membership makes your name appear in green. It gives you a couple emoji options that aren't available to other users in chat, as well as some commands that you can interact with as well.
I'm going to direct your attention
So
to
Yims, if you change your settings to be on, there's a good chance you might get a gift here. I think there's a couple pending.
sled item number 12. Did you have an opportunity to review this item after you take a look at it?
Thanks, Bite Me. I appreciate you. You've been here for a long time, making it great here in chat. Owe you guys a lot.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what it is, please.
Sled item 12, State's Exhibit 76, was determined to be one fired bullet listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
If this witness can link the cartridges at the killing with the cartridges out the back of the door next to the gun room,
I'm going to direct your attention
and
to
basically
State's
prove that
Exhibit
it was the same
102.
firearm, I think that will be significant. That might be the
Sled
best
item.
thing that he can do, or the most significant thing he could do.
Already entered in evidence.
Yim's
Please take
I
a
think
look
it's
at this item.
$4.99,
Let me know
but
if you're familiar with
the
its
gifted
contents.
ones are free. Someone else bought it for you, if you accept one.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 11, State's Exhibit 102, and that was determined to be one fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead, listed as defect in ground, gravel, marker 13.
Thank you.
I bet this guy's just going to be exactly as professional and happy and polite under cross-examination as he is on direct.
Refer to what's been identified as State's Exhibit 109. Sled item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
High-speed drifter, a wooden slug would be probably just as lethal point blank, but it probably wouldn't travel as far as
Yes,
lead
sir.
slug.
This is sled item 137, State's Exhibit 109, and it was determined to be 1 piece of lead listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, State would move for 109 to be admitted into evidence.
You can. There have been people that load rock salt in them, dimes. I've seen lead weight fishing hooks on wire.
Which is sled
just
items
some crazy loads.
67 and 68.
It's sort of like the modern version of a blunderbuss, where whatever you dump down the barrel gets shot out, but it's in a cartridge or a case this time.
All right, Mr. Juror, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as evidence is 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 110 represents 2 sled items. Sled item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And sled item 68 was 1 piece of plastic listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
Yeah, let me try to do this for Color Me
When you
Abstract.
say where it's from, that's because that's what was identified on the item when it was submitted to you for review?
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
I think when the defense questions this guy, they're going to actually hammer the investigators on scene for doing things wrong, more than they're going to attack him.
111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. Sled item 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those in your items in your report, I'll be right with you.
You say I'll be right with you. Okay, I put a link in chat right now that should, if you click it, it should change your setting to allow gifts. So if you're not able to change your settings manually, if you click that link I just put in chat right here, you'll have to click it in the chat window. It should change your settings, according to DMB. And thank you very much for that, DMB.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch.
Yes. Judge
we will resume in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
I'm not a camel.
45.
I can't go much longer. They muted right at that. You heard the bailiff right at the very end. You heard the bailiff. All rise. DMB rules. You guys are absolutely incredible and amazing. Thal and everybody else who've been gifted memberships. This is an amazing community. If you just showed up here today, this group is unbelievable. They're so generous. They're so polite. So interested in law and crime type stuff. True crime, court cases, police chases, and just really, it's like we're a group of friends. And so we meet here every day, 9 a.m. We do a live stream every day, Monday through Friday. And then sometimes we'll do some bonus streams if there's a police chase or something unique going on. The best group is here for sure. We have some phenomenal mods. We've got a variety of opinions, and all we ask is we just be civil. Don't call names in chat and be civil, and we can have some great conversations. And it's amazing. Thal, thank you so much. Everyone else who's gifted memberships as well. It's awesome. I'm glad that he released us for lunch because I asked my kids to go get me a fork. I've got the fork and the pickles right here. I was about to start eating these pickles. Josh, oh my goodness, Josh, I'm so glad you brought this up. What's this with the weather balloon that's flying around? I saw this on Twitter. There's supposedly China launched a balloon that's about the size of 3 school buses that was flying over Montana or something. It's like a spy balloon. And everyone's saying, don't shoot the balloon. And of course, everyone who reads the Twitter is like, hey, hold my beer type thing. That's exactly what everyone's trying to do, apparently. I don't know if we can track it on flight radar because it doesn't have a transponder. So we'd have to find another source to track it. Repost the link for the gifts. I'm going to try one more time to post that. It is. I think it's that right there. That should get you there. It's my channel / allow gifts. Who said pop the jar, pop the jar, pop the jar? Sunshine and Sunflowers. You really want to hear the ASMR. That's the only ASMR sound we have today because I do have water bottles now. My Mrs. R.A. just got back from the store. So we'll do it. We'll give you a little bit of ASMR about that. Let's see. China alleges it's a civilian weather balloon. Right, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure that it's going to conveniently land on U.S. soil, and it will not be going back to China. And then we'll find out just exactly what is on there. Because I doubt they have self-destruct capabilities built onto whatever they have. Probably transmission stuff, but not that. Okay. We'll do the ASMR. 2 balloons better than 1. They close the airspace around the balloon. They don't want anyone going up there and messing with it at all. Canada saw the Chinese balloons too. Yeah, this is the time for tinfoil hats. All the conspiracy theories as well are popping out. I loaded my shotgun just in case the balloon comes over to England. All right, here we go. We're gonna do some ASMR with the pickle jar. I'll sort of get out of the way so you can see it. Those that don't know, I love pickles. These are spicy maple bourbon pickles from Walmart, $3.84. They're the best pickle known to man. If you've never tried these, try them. They will change your life. They're that good. It first got noticed by people on a commercial flight. Okay, the pickle says, "Bite me." Okay, here we go. It's above navigable airspace. I think it's like 50,000 feet, I think, Andy. I think that's what they're saying. So anyone shooting at it from the ground, unless you've got some pretty impressive hardware, your standard long rifle is not going to reach that by a long shot. Okay, here we go. ASMR moment. Everyone's going to want pickles after this. If I can't open this would be embarrassing. These are good. These are so good. These are so good. All right. That's my pickle elitism. I tell you, we're gonna take a break for lunch because everyone needs a little bit of break. We've been here since the morning. It's 1:30 now. What time did the judge say is coming back? We've got about an hour, right? They're cold. They were cold when we got them. They're not super cold. The house is a little cool right now because I've turned the heater off because it was too hot. They're cold enough to eat. Let's put it that way. I'm not gonna wait. I've never seen you happier than him. Hey, I just had some amazing subs from some amazing friends hanging out with you guys all morning, and now I get my spicy maple bourbon pickles. What is there not to love about that? Maybe I can make that sound bite. Let's see. All right, so we're going to take a lunch break. Who said when we're coming back from lunch here? Court returns at 2:45. Thank you, Sunshine Sunflowers. We'll come back 15 minutes before that. So we'll be back in about 55 minutes. And so we'll have a little time. Probably won't be able to roll call before that. We'll probably have to save that for the morning. But we will re-gift the internet. The first people in chat, every time we go live, the first person in chat receives the internet. It's theirs. I give them everything on the internet. It's what I can do for you. It's just my way of giving back just a little bit. So first person in chat gets that, and the internet is awesome, says Red Pen. It is. Owning it is even better. I mean, what can I say about that? Okay, so thank you all. We're going to play some music. Some great music. There we go. Please, if you're not able to come back tonight and not get the second half, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love. Smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better. Thank you all for this amazing day. It should be good. We should have some good testimony coming up. Probably some spicy, not spicy, but some spiced up objections as well. Can we have a pickle lottery? I like that idea. And please stay safe. Stay safe till we go live again, which is going to be in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes. So have some lunch. We'll see you all back here then. Thank you all very much. I am left-handed, Linda. I am left-handed. We'll see you after lunch. Have a good one.